Good evening, my Scrotorious Bastards. One of these days, one of these beautiful days, it is going to be a nice, smooth stream. We are going to launch on time. It's going to be a field of razors. Oh god, that's that. Field of razors is what we normally get. It's going to be a field of roses. Hello, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear's my dog, if you didn't know. He's saying hello, Mr. Bear. Hello, everybody. It is Friday. The work week is over. We are done. So, those of you who are here for the dev streams, that is Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, will be well aware at this point that I am so incredibly ill right now. So I have chugged I've chugged a Red Bull, and I've got a second on reserve, and we are gonna keep going. And then when the stream ends in a few hours, I am going to crash. But I hope you all are having a fantastic week. I see we have a lot more people than usual. Happy everybody. Happy everybody. Maybe I shouldn't have chugged that Red Bull. It seems to have done weird things to my capacity to make the mouth word noises. But I know what you're all here for, really. You're not here for me. I am just plain and simple Garrick. I am just Illiani. You're here to see the new GM tools. So, how about I don't beat around the bush? Who am I kidding? I'm going to be around the bush. Who wants to see the updated client settings? Who wants to see this? So, what it helps if I'm on the right screen. Ciao. Oh, now it's not letting us go over. Ugh. Those of you who are veterans of this channel will know that I have an impeccable capacity for forgetting to set my stuff up before. So here we are. Right, we're now on the right screen, and the microphone's working, and I'm no longer wearing my soup dinner. So how about I show you what's being done to client options? So those of you who've been playing for a while know that client options are kind of the black sheep. Campaign options gets all the attention, and we can launch that here, and you'll see like campaign options, it looks shiny, it looks fancy. We love campaign options, but client options for so long has basically been ignored. And you can have a look at how it generally looks by looking at the MegaMek game options. So this is pretty much how client options in MekHQ normally looks. But IllianiDev, the wizard of UI sorcery, has done this. Pachow, I give you your new client options. Let's expand these. So it still has every option that you know and love, but now it's using the same code as campaign options. So that means any improvements we make to campaign options are now getting made to client options as well. But we've got a few people who have been here for a while. I see Aetherway has followed me. Thank you so much for the follow, Aetherway. I also see that Radar has reached a 40 stream streak. I said this before, but I'll say it again. I'm not even aware that I've been streaming for 40 streams, so congratulations, Radar. But let's start this scenario. Now, we're not gonna jump into it properly, but we're just gonna launch it so I can show off what I really want to show you guys, and that is some work our project lead Hammer has been doing. So first of all, to be able to access these glorious new glory things, we need to click GM mode. Pachow. So this is now saying that I'm now the games master and the stuff I can do. Secret Man says, will this come over to the game settings? To MegaMek settings? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. So this is saying I'm the GM. We all know what GMs are, but it's going to give me special GM powers. So how about I take a look at my Thunderbolt here, and let's go to edit damage. I'm reminding me to remember to breathe. I suspect I'm talking a little fast. But here is the new edit damage screen. So no more of the old one where you kind of just got a big block in front of you. This is how it looks now. The entire population of Mars says, will there be an easy way to browse through only the rules that are currently on so we don't have to dig through every menu? That is something you should go onto the MegaMek Discord. You'll find a link in the place where links live. And let IllianiDev know that you would like that. I'm sure they'll be happy to implement something, but they need to know if they are to implement. So, as we say, you know, I've got my left leg here. We all know what a left leg is. It's the leg that is attached to your left bit. But unfortunately, I've taken a bit of damage, and in real time, I can change that. Damage goes down, damage goes up. What about my internals? Oh no, I've been smashed up. My leggy bit's been broken. And there, you can see it in real time, the leggy bit gets broken. So let's restore this unit, pachow. And how about I as a GM, I'm like, okay, so gang, these pirates you're fighting, you've raided their repair bay, and so they are smashed to pieces, and all you need to do is finish them off. And what you can do as a GM, you can go and you can select a unit, like I've done here, my Thunderbolt, and you can go heavy damage, roll it, and then it's going to apply heavy damage. And I can keep re-rolling as much as I want. I can hit apply, and it's going to apply the damage. And this is going to allow you as GMs to very quickly set up the Op4 as you want to. It also means that players, because this is all going to be available to MegaMek players as well, this isn't just a MekHQ system. So it means that those of you who are playing MegaMek and not playing MekHQ but still do campaign stuff, you are now going to have so many more tools available to you as a GM. Knight says if you reroll fast enough, it's a disco party. You're right. If I reroll too fast, it gets a little bit chuggy because my computer's ancient. But so that's what you can do in the lobby, and then I can also shut down, so I can start shut down and stuff like that, damage my cockpit. And as you can see, as I get crits on my internals, it actually shows up on the paper doll. And it says that hatch marks on an internal limb means that's crit. Yeah. So right now I can see that my machine guns are crit. If I uncrit them, they're no longer crit, they're no longer hashed. So let's start this scenario, and I'm going to show you some of the things that you can do. We don't care about gifts, go away. We are most assuredly getting rid of the ding dong. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna just go through this scenario very, very briefly. We're not gonna do the entire fight. I don't care about minefields, go away. Spawning with a cockpit crit immediately falls over. That's actually something I need to test, because when me and Hammer were testing this, it didn't correctly determine that you were dead. So Free Rattlehague Republic local infantry is just doing their deploy things, and I'm going to be using the local infantry as a test bed. So we've got up here, we've got a Prowler multi-terrain vehicle, and we've got a Leopard. So we've got multiple unit types in this scenario, and this is why I decided that this is the scenario we're going to be testing on. So we'll just wait for the AI to do AI things, and then we're going to start mucking around. While waiting for AI things, we're just going to get rid of things like hex cords. Yeah, go away. Nobody cares. Piss off. Yeah. Round report. Whatever. At least I now know what dropship I'm going to be fighting on this scenario. Okay, so let's just deploy my stuffs. But here's the thing. I don't need to wait to deploy. How about I scroll up. Oh, that's a nice looking building. Just past the masonry, and let's have a look at this leopard. So I'm the GM. I can do GM type things. Is it going to let me select it? It's not going to let me select it because it needs me to deploy. Yeah, frustrating. Plop you down there. So for anybody curious, this is on the current nightly that will be built in about 6 hours. So this is bleeding edge stuff. But we've now deployed, and as you can see, the damage that Trip Hazard was dealt in the during the lobby is now persisting. So I need to wait until I have a chance. Let's go here. Games Master. Let's edit damage, our Thunderbolt friend. So, oh no, our Thunderbolt friend has taken a crit to the cockpit. I wonder what happened. Radar says they recently played on this map. This is a nice map. I have always been a little bit resistant towards the user-made maps, not because they weren't high quality, but because I didn't like the various Solaris arenas it would randomly pick. And so what we've done in 51.01, for normal MekHQ games, you will no longer get the Solaris arena maps. There might be a couple we've missed, and if you find any that we've missed, let us know and we can fix it. But we're now filtering out all the various Solaris arena maps. So you're no longer going to have your critical convoys taking a detour through the Steiner arena to pick up hot dogs and soda pop on their way to that battlefield. So the reason why I want to be able to show you this, because this allows me to demonstrate that Hammer has been freaking fantastic, an absolute genius, and the edit damage, it works for all enemy types. The entire population Mars says, how many Solaris arena maps are there? There are a couple hundred in MegaMek. There are a couple hundred. I think the number of arenas there aren't that big, but we have multiple versions of each arena. Aristratus says, but what if my guys want hot gulps? What if you guys really want to get their big gulp? They can, because when you are in the lobby, you can now search for maps. You can just type in the arena tag, and it will give you all of the arena maps. So if you are playing a MegaMek game and it's a Solaris style or whatever, you can pick the arena maps that you want. So let's see. I know we have a Prowler here. So let's have a look at smashing up this. Let's go with the platoon. So here you go. So this is the reason why I picked infantry, is because you can see this gunnery modifier, piloting modifier, and initiative modifier. This allows you, for the duration, for like rounds or the rest of the game, you can change. Like you can say, okay, your pilot is inspired, they can get a +1 to piloting. What we're really trying to do here is we really want to put the power in your hands as the player, as the GM. The entire population of Mars says, will we be able to force an arena map with custom contracts even if they have arena maps turned off? You will not be able to force an arena map in MekHQ, but what you can do is, if you're doing custom scenarios, you can then set it to arena maps. Will we be making Solaris style tournament contracts? That is something I actually would like to do as part of the big contract overhaul projects that's being done in 51.0. But I can't commit to it yet. So it's something I'm aware of, and this is part of this is putting in preparation for that. But that is what it is. Now, say that you take, like, one of your players is being a bit of a turd, and you're like, okay, enough's enough. You can go into edit damage, and because it's not just damage, it's more edit unit, you can do things like shut down their mech. You can make them go prone. You can hide them. So you can set it up so that you have, like, here's an example of how you could use hide. You could have a multi-stage scenario. The players fight to take control of a facility, and then you as GM go say, okay, you guys have time to conceal yourself before the next wave arrives, and all the players go out and they place their mechs down where they want, and then you as the GM can come in and set them to hidden even though the scenario has started. And then when the second wave comes in, your players are now set up as hidden. But yeah, so this is just some of the incredible things that Hammer's done. But it doesn't end there. So if we go down to Games Master, you'll see there's a whole bunch more commands. So we can change the planetary conditions, we can extinguish all fires, orbital bombardment. Now, a lot of this stuff exists previously. but it now exists. Like, it now works, I should say. You can also, I believe, you can change the owner. So it turns out our Thunderbolt, after we've abused them for multiple days, has now switched sides. And they are now an enemy Thunderbolt. What other stuff have we done? Well, I'm just going to inject. Pew! So we're going to come out of here now, because I want to talk about some of the other stuff that we've done in 51.1, seeing as I've got quite a few of you, and I know that a lot of you are here for the show and tell. Now, I can't show you this, but I can tell you this. Commissar Planet is saying the drama. Indeed, the drama. More drama than a Spanish... Oh god, I immediately forgot what the name of the Spanish soap operas are called. I'm very entertaining, I hope you all agree. The entire population of Mars says, how difficult would it be to add spawning carryable objects to that menu? Oh, I don't know. Hammer, what do you think? Do you think we could add a GM command to spawn a carryable object? I think that would be a very... Telenovela, correct. Thank you, King Mal. Hammer says that they're taking a different approach, but we have some plans, because Hammer's currently working on updating our victory conditions so that you can have more complex games. Now, as I say, show and tell. Some of it's show, some of it's tell. So let's go over to a more interesting screen navigation, zoom out a little bit. So one of the really, really, really big things that Hammer has done in the run-up to the release of 51.0. Now, the release of 51.0, don't expect it to be in your hands until October, potentially November. We're taking a really, really long dev cycle for this one. But one of the things that Hammer has done is he has allowed you as unit designers to be able to bake into your unit design availability codes. So what is an availability code? The availability code is what's used by the unit market, by the OP4 generator, by the company generator, the company's creator when you start a campaign. All of these things use availability codes, and that tells MekHQ how common a unit is, in what year, and for what factions. So now what you're going to be able to do, and unfortunately I can't show it to you, sadly, but I can show you the faction availability. Oh, helps if I select something. There we go. So it's going to allow you to go in and you can say, okay, this custom fire starter is super common for mercenaries or for the bandit cast, or I don't bloody know, your own custom faction, because you can include custom factions in these availability codes. So you can create your entire custom faction, and as of 51.0, as you folks are probably already aware, you can go in and you can go to GM mode and you can edit the system. So you can say that Tokdo, or whatever system you're in, is actually owned by your custom faction. And then you can now go in and say, these mechs are available to your custom faction. And it will persist for the entire lifetime of that unit. So it's not something you really want to be doing for canon units, really. But for your customs, it means that you're no longer going to need to go in and manually edit the XML files or anything like that. You can do it all through MegaMek Lab. And it's just going to work. MekHQ will then take those availability codes that you've put into your custom unit, and it is then going to populate the availability tables automatically using the information you've given it. What other cool stuff have we done? So, regular viewers are already aware of this, but we've got a massive project going on right now called the Contract Overhaul Project. And the goal of the Contract Overhaul Project is to completely rewrite all of our contract code, from the entire contract market interface to how contracts are generated, to how Stratcon itself generates sectors. Now, earlier this week, we had the first major portion of that. So now, everything to do with contract generation, or specifically enemies, employers, and location has been completely rewritten. Hammer's giving me some prompts. Thank you, Hammer. We've taught Princess how to use mines. So previously, I saw some chatter about this in chat as we were in the pre-roll. But previously, Princess just straight up couldn't see her mines. She couldn't see where she put mines. She couldn't see where you put mines. She couldn't see where her allies put mines. Like, a mine might as well not exist to her. And she had some very vague notions on where mines should go, but that largely consisted of, oh, there's an enemy in that hex, a mine should go. And yeah, so she has now been taught to predict where you will, punching my desk, to predict where you're going to be both in the match and before the match. So if she's got a bunch of mines that you've given to her that she can deploy pre-scenario, she's going to intelligently read the terrain and figure out where you're likely to go. Raider asks, do you want me to DM you a picture of the MegaMek lab GUI to show for faction availability? Oh, that'd be useful, yeah. Yeah, give me a second. Let me boot Discord up. So my computer is freaking ancient, and so I tend to close Discord while we're streaming. There's also been a slew of new edge triggers coming to cover the majority of the ones that you guys have been asking for. Let me just switch us over to Discord. Pachow. Oh, so my OBS has an issue where sometimes it just straight up forgets where things are. Here we go. So what you'll see on screen now is an example of how you can interact with the new faction availability code, and you can see it is super straightforward. It's not it isn't going to require a great deal of knowledge about how the system under the hood works. You just go, okay, I've made my unit, now go to the availability tab, and you can tick its roles, you can tick how common it is for what factions, you can add it to the table. It is super simple. PS359 says the Principality of Xeon. If that is your fancy faction, you can make it. That's you can do whatever you want. If you want to use this and the ability to change ownership of systems to create your entire alternate universe, oh heck, you can absolutely do that. We will support you. So let's slip ourselves back over to IntelliJ. Actually, let me hide Discord briefly because I need to go digging in my DMs, because I can actually show you some of the stuff we've done to change how Stratcon generates. So anybody who was on Heckin' Doc stream will have already seen these, because these are prototypes. Pcha. So this is a prototype of the new Stratcon map generation tech. So this is a island, and it generated using the island profile. And this was basically last weekend. I was like, ooh, I wonder what I can do to Stratcon generation, and this is what you're looking at now. This is the prototype I made to basically show it off, see if there was interest, and there absolutely was, before I dedicated a week plus to making it robust. So there's two things you're looking at here. One is that we are now using Stratcon's generation to create believable land masses. So this is a island, but if I switch over to here, you'll now see a coastline, and I will switch over that in a couple of seconds. So what I was doing when I was taking these screenshots, I was testing waterways specifically. That's why it's all very wet. And this is a polar archipelago. And so I can tell you, because I've been still expanding it further. Let's just go back to one with, actually, this is fine. So this has been massively expanded so that all planetary factors now attributes now influence how the StratCon map will generate, from mountains to waterways to your cities to the actual type of terrain. It's all significantly influenced now based on the planetary attributes. Even the size of the sector will be influenced by the planet. The youngster says, every time I think the future of MegaMek can't get any brighter, you guys keep blowing us things out of the water. Out of the water, as you can see here on the screen, the rocks, they're out of the water. PS359 says, this one seems problematic. There are two separate areas that don't join up. Yeah, they're two islands in this archipelago. That's perfectly fine and dandy. We're not having you walk across the sector, so I don't see the problem there. You can still teleport across the StratCon sector as much as you have, and will continue to do so. So that's not really an issue. And if it ever becomes an issue, well, maybe if you're planning to attack a water world, you might want to consider it. But that's the problem for future us. Right now, the goal is just to kind of make the StratCon sector a little bit more believable. And then I do want to emphasize this because I know that literally every change I make, no matter how popular, there is at least a couple of people who hate it. So I would like to take a moment to assure everybody, it is a campaign option. You can disable advanced StratCon sector generation just by unticking a single box. So none of this is going to be forced on you. If you don't like what you're seeing, you do not need to play with it. But for those of us who do like what we're seeing, and of course I like it, I made it, this is what's going to be available. And like I say, this is a prototype. So this is very, very early. PS359 says, yeah, I was just thinking that if say your unit was only one lance, you might have a problem handling both islands. Yeah, that sounds like a strategic challenge if you only have one lance that you will need to resolve. Now, the other thing you might notice, as has been already mentioned in chat, facilities now have an area of influence. So how StratCon has worked previously is basically if a facility was on the map, on the sector, that facility could influence any scenario on that sector. Now what we're doing, we're going to be changing it so that facilities can only affect scenarios that spawn within the facility's area of influence. So you can see here that I've got a airbase, a data center, and a base of operations. And you also see that the area of influence is joined. That means any scenario that occurs within this conjoined area of influence can be affected by any of these three facilities because they're all working in tandem. You've got an allied airbase over here, but what's to say that one flight of aircraft isn't operating out of the allied base of operations? And this is going to be true both for you and for the Op4 as well. And that means if you are getting scenarios influenced by an enemy base, you can now go, oh, the enemy base is nearby. It helps influence your ability to hunt it down. You'll also notice how you have these fun little roads. These fun little roads will link up all facilities owned by the planetary owner and cities. So you can start using those to try and figure out where the enemy bases are. What else? Yeah, no, I think that's basically it. I thought there was something else, but I can't quite remember it now. Oh well. Commissar John says this might be pushing it, but would it in future, the proximity to certain types of base influence potential unit generations for scenarios, airbase having VTOLs and aircraft? I'm just rereading your message, Commissar John. This might be pushing it, but would future the proximity to certain types of bases influence potential unit generations for scenarios? So yes, I guess. I guess so. So basically, how facilities work is they can add modifiers to a scenario. So if I was attacking this allied base, then I would get aircraft, or if I was attacking a scenario within this area of influence, there's a good chance that aircraft will join this scenario. So I think it already does what you're asking for. King Mole has had a genius point that this creates some strategic opportunities, because if these were enemy facilities, you could attack the data center in the middle, and that would cut off the Allied air base and the base of operations. Oh, Hammer's also mentioned that industrial elevators have been added. That got added today. And, oh, the little Willy says, need to make sure there's a variable areas influence. I have explicitly chosen not to do that, because otherwise what happens is, as soon as you have one airbase hooked up to a facility network, suddenly that facility just immediately influences the entire map. And it just, while I agree there's a good degree of realism there, it didn't create fun play experiences. So I've opted to keep them just limited to the two hexes. Now, what I have done in the prototype, this hasn't been implemented just yet, is you can change the difficulty of facilities now. So by default, all facilities have an area of influence that extends 2 hexes away from their hex, but you can change the difficulty, and if you make it harder, your allied facilities have a smaller area of effect, but your enemy facilities will have a larger area of influence. And you can use this campaign option to kind of dictate how difficult you want a contract to be. And then again, we really want to make sure that we're creating these interesting stories, we're giving these interesting opportunities for you. But I think that's really bringing us to the close of what fancy new stuff I can show off. So let me just close out of this and take us back to IntelliJ. And if you were, oh no, IntelliJ, MekHQ, if you were joining us just for the show and tell, thank you very much for popping in. If you would like to, if you'd like to be notified of when we go live, please consider hitting the follow button. We go live Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Those are our daytime streams, live MegaMek development. And then Friday, every Friday, as we are now, we do our actual play, which is the adventures of the Scrotorious Basterds, a Rasselhague house unit in the 2 years before the start of the clan invasion. If you are on YouTube, one day I'll have my spiel all down pat, but not yet. If you're on YouTube and you feel fancy, please consider hitting the subscribe button and ring the bell. And maybe consider joining us over on Twitch so you can get involved. But that out of the way, how about we join the Scrotorious Basterds? So, at the end of last episode, we joined the Bastards as they recovered from a disastrous campaign in the Federated Commonwealth. We were doing a reprisal campaign to basically try and eliminate hostile elements within the Federated Commonwealth that were trying to ignite conflict between the Federated Commonwealth and the Free Rasselhague Republic. And they were doing so by financing the Red Assholes, a pirate organization which we eventually managed to destroy. But we were able to successfully track down who had orchestrated these strikes, but when we attacked, it was just too much. We had right on our side, but we did not have might. PS359 says, I noticed the map allows you to filter for whether a planet has a HPG. Does that have any effect on the campaign? Boop. It has some very minor effect. It doesn't really have much of an effect, if I'm being perfectly honest. But for campaign purposes, you might want to know this information. You can also actually show the HPG network, which, I'll be perfectly honest, showing the HPG network in 3050, we're near enough 3050, and then if you go to the Jihad after Black Monday, Grey Monday even, the difference between in the HPG network now and then is harrowing. It is harrowing to see the difference. But we've landed and we are fighting ourselves. We're fighting off against a pirate force, a new pirate force, this time called the Dragon's Retribution. Radar says, being close to a HPG influenced contract generation, if I recall. It kind of does, but also not really, because we're still currently using the ATB contract generation, and it's a little bit wonky. So yes, it kind of influences it, but not really. Knight says, back in my day, we don't even have HPGs. Knight's currently going for an Age of War campaign. So we've managed to isolate a hostile dropship, and we've sent in Hailstorm Lance to try and destroy it. King Mal says, I wonder if it might be fun if HPG rating effective frequency of market refreshes. Could be interesting, yeah. PS359 says, I'm wondering if they're displaying correctly. HPG has a range of 50 light years. Basically, every system in there should be linked. No. So, if I bring up the HPG network, you'll see the HPGs are linked, but there's actually quite a lot of systems that don't have a HPG or have... So basically you have the HPGs all networking these, but as soon as you start going outside, there's no HPG, or it's not close enough to be the network. So, to my knowledge, okay, I'm gonna hedge my bets here. To my knowledge, this is working as corrected as it should be. It is possible it could be bugged, but I think it's working. It was working last time I looked at the code. Yeah, we'll say that. But let's jump into the scenario, and we're attacking a vulnerable enemy dropship deep behind enemy lines. The enemy is going to retain battlefield control. Boop. And this is a scenario that we were actually testing a minute ago. So our job here is to destroy the enemy leopard. Failing that, we are going to need to... Give me a second. One of the downsides to working on these... on these nightly builds is you have to kind of set it up every time. It's a very long map. Yes, it is a very, very long map. I think this map is going to mostly consist of us walking forward and lamenting our life's decisions. We don't care about mines. So this is actually a player map, and we like player maps. To go in and quickly fiddle with my client settings, I do apologize. This is the stuff I would normally do ahead of stream, but I basically, Mr. Bear decided he wanted to go outside at the most inopportune moment, until I had to race to get Mr. Bear outside before he had an accident on the floor. And then by the time I got back in, there was just 2 minutes before we went live. We don't care about visual and sensor ranges. We do care about that though. Okay, let's begin our march. Oh no, Comstar is interdicting Sana. Oh no, is Sana having problems? It's down again. Oh no, that sucks. So our objective here is to try and take out the dropship that's just beyond the chateau. So we're gonna try and rush forwards with the support of our allies, and our goal is going to be to try and take down this dropship. We're not, if we can avoid it, we're not going to tangle with the Op4 forces. Also, something you might have noticed as well, previously in previous versions, if the character had a call sign, you only saw the call sign on the name tag. Now you see the call sign and the unit they're piloting, so there's no more needing to hover over a unit to see what type of unit it is. Oh, Willie says they're on Sana right now. Maybe they're having a server outage somewhere, but not everywhere. We've got allied infantry right in the middle of this scenario, right by the chateau. I guess they're commandos that went ahead of the main fighting force. Youngster says, I find sometimes Sana will randomly slow down for me. I've experienced that, but generally when that's happening, it's because of the ads that are getting run. Just came back for King Mole. Yeah, it's probably just a momentary thing then. Yeah, I have found that with a lot of wikis, sometimes the ads can just be very egregious. The entire population of Mars says, my players love call signs on every pilot, so it'll be nice to see theirs names while also seeing unit names. Yeah, so that's kind of my thing. I like seeing call signs, but I also prefer to not have to hover over the unit every time just to see. I don't think we have anything in line of sight, even if we have something in range, which we don't. Now, the big issue is that leopard is firing, or pointing straight at us, and so we are almost certainly going to come under some kind of fire as we advance, and this field's pretty open. Waiting for the rounds to cycle through. Oh, that's right, because Mr. Krabs is in the Goliath, so Mr. Krabs now has a Gauss rifle. Arastrazi has every ad blocker known to man. Okie dokie. Didn't look like anything particularly exciting happened. Just double check that. Anything we care about? No. Now, what is the turn limit on this scenario? Give me a second, just scoot back to 12 turns. Okay, so we do need to get a bit of a mosey on because we only have 12 turns before the dropship takes off. Ashtai says they're in IT. They're quite aware that as paranoid as they are, they're nowhere near paranoid enough. Yeah, I'm on Mac, so I am mostly protected from drive-bys being deposited by ads, because mostly they aim at Windows. Not completely immune, but mostly. PS359 says, from a campaign standpoint, having access to a HPG would be helpful in a lot of ways. You could, for example, ask for transport or resupply via the HPG. Oh, so that's actually something that I forgot to mention. You know how when I was doing the show and tell, I said, oh, there's something I've forgotten. There is. We are now seriously investigating implementing a persistent op4. So persistent op4 has been something you guys have been asking for since at least 2011. So we don't know how far it's going to come in 51.01, but we are now putting the research and the dev time into bringing you guys a persistent op4. The youngster says, one could say that persistent op4 has been a persistent request. Yeah, painfully persistent. But yeah, so persistent op4 is coming. We don't know when, and we don't know in what form, so we really can't answer questions at this time. But persistent op4s are coming, and we'll just see how they work. We have no idea how well they're going to work. Knight says, I will need you to generate an op4 for the entirety of the inner sphere to accommodate my future goals. PS359 says your enemies could make use of the HPG as well. Alshine says, I'm not certain people will like it. They should count how many mechs they destroy over the course of the contract. The player absolutely shreds entire regiments. Yeah, so this is kind of the thing as well. I don't personally think it's going to create an enjoyable experience. However, we have to implement it. And players need to be able to get their hands on it so that players can decide for themselves whether it is the kind of experience they want. And over time, we can kind of try to iron out some of the issues that it creates. But I do think on launch it's going to be a very rocky thing where you just basically wipe out the entire contract in 2 scenarios. But we'll just see how it works out. I am very open to being wrong about persistent op4. I have been very vocal that I don't think persistent op4 will work, because I don't think players are willing to take the to make the adjustments into how they play and how they expect to play on board. I think players want a persistent op 4 and they want to continue fighting entire regiments, and the two might not work. But I am also not the developer developing persistent op 4. I am predominantly the emergent narrative and personnel developer nowadays. So we'll see. We'll see. We have to keep an open mind, and we have to accept that maybe we're wrong. StarMage21, welcome to the stream, says persistent op 4 will be more realistic. Contracts should not be as action-packed as they are. That said, I don't think it will create a better gameplay. Contracts can and should be mostly clicking next day. Commissar Planet says, I think Princess is going to have to be more willing to retreat units, understand when things are going wrong to make it work. And the Youngster says, I think it would also need more unit and time sinks, like needing to use your formations for more than just battles to set up engagements. Yeah, so this is all things, but something that we do also need to consider is the fact that Rome wasn't built in a day. And just having the tech in place to begin to explore persistent op 4s, that is valuable. Even if a persistent op 4 isn't good out of the gate, having the technology there means we can start exploring other things, like, for example, persistent movement across the Stratcom map, where you don't just teleport. Oh, the AI is having a moment. There it goes. It is slowly declaring its attacks. My turn to fire, it says. Cool. StarMage says persistent movement across StratCon. Yeah, so that's actually one of the reasons why I am looking into improving StratCon map generation, sector generation, because you need a realistic or believable arena within which to explore via your units moving around. If every Stratcom map is just a rectangle, it's going to feel very samey. But if we can start generating planetary-based sectors and using our sector generation and planetary data to drive sector generation, we're then going to create more believable strategic experiences for you. So when I showed the archipelago earlier, one of the things that was pointed out is if you have a single lance and you have no way to cross the water, you're going to be in trouble. And yeah, which means we're going to need to give you tools to be able to overcome that trouble. But that's not good. I will deal with that later. But we have an out of memory error. Oh dear. So here's one of the fun things about working in a nightly. Sometimes things just break. So we're going to need to come out of this scenario, and we need to go back in. And then what I will do is after the stream, I will I will unfuck that. Oh no, the out of memory error is still clogging up. So I'm actually going to have to exit. Yeah, I'm going to have to exit everything. Commissar Planet says, I don't think that's nightly related. I've had it happen after a really long section. I think this is a different one, honestly. So let's close out and we'll go back in. Bear with me just one momentito. Secret 10,000 says, what did you break? To my knowledge, I didn't break anything. But something appears to be screwy with drawing the line of attack. Hammer says, if you want to sneak me the log, you can research. Let's have a look. Second, it will be in the MekHQ log. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Please hold, we're having technical issues. Because this is an IllianiDev stream, and technical issues are more features at this point. My guess is it's something in Princess Computation. That's my guess. But it's not my problem right now. There you go. You might also need the MegaMek log. So let's just dump that in as well. There we go. Okay, looks like MekHQ has booted back up. So let's head over there. Let's close out of Discord. But yeah, so part of the reason why I... PS3 5 says, from what I saw earlier, this is some kind of experimental scenario. This actually isn't, no. This is a standard dropship scenario, but something is wonky with Princess's computation. That's my guess where the issue is, at least. But that is why we have autosaves. Fun times, the logs are empty. Oh, goody. Well, no major issue, because I can bring up the log later. It's probably empty because the Stack Overflow just ate the log. But I'll investigate later. But yeah, part of the reasons why we do these streams is it's also a good way to test the game and kind of get an idea for how things are playing out. Because one of the problems we had in the past that I'm really trying to... Oh, I need to re-add the bots. Derpy derp. That I'm really trying to correct is I was very, very good in the past about developing new stuff. But as a project, we weren't really playing the game that we were developing. Lots and lots of people were developers. Not so many people were players. And the best person to spot something not working as it should is the person who implemented it. Looks like we're going to be starting to be on target on this dropship very, very soon. I also spotted that during the pre-roll, we completed our latest community goal. Community goals are where I set a number of C-bills, channel points. And I need the community to raise that many C-bills for something to happen. And this community goal was, who is your daddy and what does he do? And that is to help Flash Fried, one of our pilots, track down her long-lost father. So what I think you guys should do in chat is decide amongst yourself, what is Flash Fried's profession? It's not Flash Fried, beg your pardon. What is Flash Fried's father's profession? Who is Flash Fried's daddy and what does he do? And then after this scenario, we'll create Flash Fried's daddy. Let's see if we can get through the firing round without the Stack Overflow again. Oh, Seeker 10,000 starting off strong with Adult Entertainer. Oh, Archstrizer says the obvious one is Runaway Noble. Ooh, that is a good one. Janitor. We got Janitor from Pink Bully. Youngsters, it's either going to be something really cool or really uncool. Oh... PS359 says he's a mech warrior with the red assholes. The youngsters are organ harvester. These are all good suggestions. I do think mech warrior with the red assholes is a good, strong choice. Let's plink the leopard with our Gauss rifle. We also have some LRMs, so we might as well do those as well. Because our main objective here is to just... war crime investigator. The youngsters seconding the mech warrior with the red assholes. Okay, let's see if we've got any sexy red. Oh man, our allied infantry are not having a good time. Do war crimes exist? Not really. Looks like Khalifa, the motorized platoon, has been crunched. We don't want a melee attack. Part of the chateau is already starting to crumble under fire. I call it a chateau, but it's got 3 roadways leading in, so I suspect it's more of like a base of operations. We're gonna call it Chateau because that sounds fancy. Oh, a Banshee pilot with the red assholes who is the one who burnt Flash Fried's hand. Oh. Secret Advisor says war crimes only exist when people want them to exist. Basically, yeah. Hammer is investigating the ability to track when players use weapons of mass destruction so that we can create realistic outcomes. I'm not wholly sure what the state of that is, though. Okay, we're going to swing around the western side of the chateau. The enemy is also starting to reach the dropship, so I suspect they're going to start spreading out once they get within firing range. So we might actually have to engage the hostile elements. Hammer says before we can track war crimes, we need to get more tracking on the MegaMek side of things. Unfortunately, Odin in his awesome is just slowly chugging along behind the rest of the party. Okay, let's have a look at what we're actually facing here. Nothing that's too scary right now, so we're going to continue shooting at the leopard. Secret 10,000 says this is where Stratops sprinting is good. I agree. Oh, damn it! How is that blocked by terrain? Grumble, 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 grumble. I guess we'll just bully this armored personnel carrier instead. I want the crew of this APC to know that we're only shooting them because the leopard's hiding somehow. Scrotorius says, "Go for the sides, boo." I played so much Baldur's Gate as a kid. Yeah, it looks like we've managed to just fall into a dead zone. In fact, Mr. Krabs doesn't look like Mr. Krabs can actually see. Oh, we can see something back here. Got an 8% chance. If I'm going to go for an 8% chance, I'm going to try and shoot the Shadowhawk at the back. Oh, bear with me just a second, just going to mute myself. And I'm back. Sorry, I had a bit of a cough. As I say, I'm still pretty ill, honestly. My wife was a bit concerned about me actually streaming at all. But I really wanted to, so I'm gonna. Spectre, the Locust, is getting a little bit too close, so we're going to try and scare it off with a single medium laser. We probably could have fired at machine guns as well, but I forgot they existed, so we didn't. Can Odin finally contribute? I kind of feel like "Can Odin finally contribute" is the tagline of this entire campaign. He can, and he gonna. 92% free PPCs? Yes, I think so. Now, we are round 4, so we do still have another 8 rounds. I don't think this dropship's lasting 8 rounds. Oh, the building's taking a beating. Oh no, there goes another of our allied infantry platoons. Now, we do not want to punch the building on the way past, no matter how much MegaMek wants us to. That we're still in the opening engagements of this contract. Starmate says you have infinite rounds. That dropship doesn't have enough hexes to take off. We'll close our eyes and we'll pretend it does. We are going to step back a little bit to let Spectre, the Locust, come in so that we're not having Spectre piss-arsing around in our rear too much. Jay Blaze, welcome to chat, says, poor bloody infantry. Yeah. There's a conspicuously large building in its way. Yeah, we'll just close our eyes and pretend. Maybe the building sinks into the ground like the Thunderbird space. Maybe the building like parts in the center, and then the platform comes up and the dropship goes onto the platform. PS359 says, wait, did it move? Yes, Aerodyne dropships can kind of scoot about. Okay, I'm not sure where that Locust has gone. Mr. Bear, be polite. Tiger was being a meanie pants and trying to get Bear to move because Tiger wanted his spot, and Mr. Bear was voicing his opinions about that. Tiger is the other of my dogs. Aerodynes can also crash into buildings. Princess will quite happily drive an Aerodyne through a building. Looks like dropship is back on the menu. Yeah, Princess absolutely does not care about structural damage. I'm also thinking this dropship might not last much longer, from being real. It's taking a bit of a pounding. It's a Leopard, yeah, it might stick around, but I don't think it's sticking around too much longer. I would like to have captured it, but I don't think it's going to be a possibility. It doesn't have much nose armor left. Okay, good to know. We can't shoot much. We're going to try our luck for the Shadowhawk 3H here. 58% chance. We've got the heat to spare, so we're going to go a little bit hot, because I don't think this scenario is going to have much longer left. So let's scroll it down. Anything good? Munin's taking a bit of a pounding. Critical hit on the large laser. Oh, we broke one of its bays. There it goes. Victory is assured. Victory is ours. There we go. Ooh, didn't mean to make that big. Give me a second. I'm just fumbling with the UI as often I do. So you might wonder, why, Illiani, are you always fumbling with the UI? It basically is because I have an ancient Mac Mini that was never designed with streaming in mind, or basically anything else that I do in mind. And that's why all donations and Twitch subscriptions, that is all going towards getting me a new computer, so I have an easier time developing MekHQ and also giving you bigger and better content. Hey Feisman, glad you could join us. You missed show and tell, I'm afraid, where we showed off some of the cool new things coming to MekHQ. The enemy control the field as per the scenario, but we did win, and we like winning. Go away. So we have struck out and taken out one of the enemy dropships in their area of operations, area of control. So hopefully that's going to put them on the back leg for the rest of the contract. What are our objectives? Oh, you might have noticed we got some small improvements in the StratCon tab now. Rather than having a list of sectors on the side, you now have tabs. And we've got a nice sexy bar. Also, the objectives shown for each sector are only those objectives that are in that sector. So no more seeing a massive wall of objectives and without knowing where they are. So we need to find hostile forces on this hex. On this sector. On this sector, we need to destroy a facility, and we need to find hostile forces and destroy a facility on that one. So let's continue our patrol around Sector 0. Okay, so we've got an isolated dropship defense. So with the loss of their dropship, the Op 4 has decided to raid one of ours. And it is an essential scenario, which means we have to win this. Otherwise, we can only get a partial success for the rest of the contract. Knight says would still prefer a bigger, more intense single sector, but that looks nice. So sorry, falling over my own tongue. This sector is not using the new sector generation. The new sector generation is still work in progress, and it only exists as a prototype. So this is the old sector generation here. Under the new sector generation, you're going to have fewer, bigger sectors. Hopefully it's a tough dropship. Yeah, we'll hope so. Let's go ahead and deploy. Who do we want to deploy? Let's go and deploy Dreadnought Lance, because they've got a fun name. No, let's go for Karate Lance. We've got a couple of days until it pops up. We can see that our Rattlehaig dropship is 5.3 thousand BV, so hopefully it'll be a chunky one. PS359 is hoping for a fortress. Seek 10,000 is hoping we don't get another drugged up Noble's yacht again. Radar's hoping it's not a Monarch. I don't think it's a Monarch this time. Oh, we got a reconnaissance interdiction. Over in Sector 2. How much BV are we looking at? We're looking at 4k BV, and we've got 6k of allies, so we can afford to deploy something a little bit smaller. What is in Valiant Lance? Let's go quickly check. Oh, Valiant Lance is our base breakers. Radar says the BV is too high to be an unarmed dropship, which is nice. I guess Baboon Lance. Yes. We'll deploy Baboon Lance, and hopefully they won't make a monkey of us. Okay, it is clear with moderate gale. Of course it is, and we're deploying to a hot desert. Something happened. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Modin. Glad you're having a good time. So, Allied dropship isolated behind enemy lines. Beat it up. We need to last for probably 12 rounds. Starmage21, thank you for the follow. 12 turns, okay. I really should know I programmed that. Jay Blaze, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, everybody. I'm glad you're all having a good time. I've said this before, but I really didn't think that I'd get much of a following from this. We didn't deploy any salvage teams because the enemy always controls the field. Oh, because we're isolated behind enemy lines. It looks like, we've got an overlord. Suck on that, Dragon's Retribution. Our dropship's bigger. So we are looking at a whopping 11k to their 3.5. We are going to fuck them up. I don't even know if the dropship needs us. It's got a veteran crew as well. Yeah, I think we're just going to hang back and let the dropship do our job. I think all the Overlord's crew wanted was for some battle ROM footage that they could send home to their families. Okay, we got Gate in the Centurion 9A, Jenkins in the Whammer, issue report in the awesome recalled Red Asshole, which is the awesome we stole off the leader of the Red Assholes. Starmage says that would be a mistake. Dropships can usually only fire 1/3 to 1/4 of their weapons. Yeah, no. Oh, and Meatloaf in the Battlemaster. While true, PS359 says this is still going. Okay, I do know. I do know that I do still need to fight the engagement. I can't just sit back. But it was a fun thought. Something that's also coming in 51.9, no, I'm talking 51.01, is we're also tweaking scenario generation a little bit. So you're not going to have convoys through swamps anymore or any of the other dumb stuff. We don't have any ping on the Op 4. Interesting. Nothing on sensors. We know they're coming, but nothing on sensors. Commissar Planet says, oh, thank the heavens. Yeah, no, I mentioned this during the show and tell, but there's no more convoys through Shrek Swamp. We're not going to have convoys going through the Steiner Stadium anymore. I really want to kind of smooth the experience out. Commissar Planet says, my Buffalo hover vehicles don't want to pass through the jungle. If you were here for the show and tell earlier, you would have seen that we have roads appearing on the Stratcom map. If you get a scenario on a road, you will actually get a road in the scenario as well. We are picking up hostile elements on the north, unknown sensor return. Oh, Mr. Bear's having a happy dream. I just turned around because I caught movement at the corner of my eye. And my dog, Mr. Bear, is having a dream and his tail's wagging. I wonder what he's dreaming about. Probably cheese. Mr. Bear loves him some cheese. Come on, MegaMek, you could do it. I believe in you. Sneaky 10,000 says, I love it when my convoys go through Vietnam. One of the cool things that I've done, I think it's cool at least, is if you are getting a contract on a planet that has no atmosphere, you're going to get scenarios on come on, brain. You're going to actually get scenarios on like lunarscapes. You're no longer going to be on an atmosphere, a world-around atmosphere, and just turn up in the middle of a forest. PS359 says, well, geez, how will Shrek get resupplied now? Okay, I think we still only have 2 hostile contacts. Confirmed. We are looking at Archer and Banshee. Our barrel computers say we're looking at an Archer 2R and a Banshee 3E. LRMs, okay, so standard Archer, and the Banshee is the one that's got PPC in. Okay. Oh, apparently the Banshee has also acquired a tree club. Oh, good for the Banshee. Let us shoot the fuck out of the Banshee. I'm not entirely sure I particularly care about a Banshee. We're not going to get salvage from this. We're only going to fire 2 of our PPCs to save the heat. But yeah, so this scenario, we're explicitly not getting salvage. Oh, only a 3% chance to hit with our PPCs. That is not ideal, Jenkins. King Miles says, oh no, has Flash Fried's father found new employment? Could be. Well, we've got the heat, so we might as well fire one of our PPCs. And we'll just leave it at that. Someone on the MegaMek official Discord was sharing an experience they had where they actually ended up on a planet that had +9 ambient heat per turn. And Princess was just happily firing all her lasers and just exploding at the end of each round. So that is something we'll need to look into. We've got... We can spare a little heat, but not for an 8%. PS359 says, gratuitous PVC shot for the win. Yeah, so this Lance has a lot of PPCs, if I remember now. Radar 651 says that ambient 130 Celsius was nasty. Yeah, that was... Yeah, no. +9 heat in the single heatsink era as well. I felt really bad for that player. Oh, I'm going to mute myself so I can sneeze. Oh, and of course, the moment I sneeze and like mute myself to sneeze, I should say, my sneeze gets scared and goes away. Banshee lost about 30% of his armor. Yeah, get fucked. Oh, so issue report is actually a player, so one of the things you can do, you can spend your bits to donate towards the stream, and you can take control of a player. So issue report is actually being, like one of the audience knight is able to control the destiny of issue report, how they level and things like that. Do we have jump jets on this? No, we're in a Warhammer. Of course we don't have jump jets. I don't think we'll reverse up a hill, because apparently that will make us fall over. Dreadfully sorry, I didn't have the opportunity to mute myself before that cough came up. Radar says, can my mech warriors stop trying to walk through a fuel tank? While PS359 says, it's a well-known fact that going out in an exploding fuel tank is the most metal way to die in BattleTech. That's true. Like, scientifically proven, in fact. The Banshee's trying to hide behind a building, but we're going to teach the Banshee pilot the error of his ways. By shooting him anyway. And we're now looking at a 58% chance, which is more... I'm more willing to fire 3 PPCs for a 58% chance. Meatloaf doesn't have a clear line of fire on anything. King Mal says there was another custom character redeemed, wasn't there? Yes. I forget the call sign off the top of my head. I suspect no fire there. What I want to do is I want to I want to come up with a way to make it easily obvious to me who has been bought out, as it were. Okay, let's see if we can take out this Banshee, because I think if we take out the Banshee, we've routed the enemy at this point. Oh, a headshot, 1 armor remaining. Oh, we're into internals on the torso. That Banshee is having a rough time, and they are on their ass in perfect kicking position for gate there. Knight says less spawned out, more taken under wing. Yeah, I like that. That's a nicer way of putting it. But I know Zar has, from the forums, in the Discord, has taken under wing a character. I just can't remember the call sign off the top of my head. Oh, straight in the center torso, rear, punt. That's initiative. PS359 says there's actually a lore example of that. The Eridani Light Horse cancelled their contract with the Lyrans after getting hit by their artillery in a friendly fire incident. I mean, fair. I certainly wouldn't say that would be uncalled for. So I could have moved issue reports into melee range of the Banshee, but I'm trying to be a little bit conservative because we're still early in the contract and I don't want to overplay. King Mo says, oh right, you set up a channel for that, but only Knight is posting it. Yeah. Hammer says, have you shown off the bot control panel? Actually, I don't know how to get the bot control panel. Let me see if I can figure that out. Oh, here we go. Boop. Oh! Oh, this is cool. This is cool. So I can... Ah, this is actually really, really cool. Okay. Good job, Hammer. Yeah, this is more like it. Not that I have any allies on this contract scenario. But when I have artillery, I can stop them from shooting me. That'd be nice. We're looking at 28. Do I want to? We are going to finish them off with our SRMs. Hannah says if I have artillery, that's more heavily reworked. Okay, good to know. Is the archer? The archer's still wandering around in the back, watching his mate get shot up. The archer's probably thinking, you know what, I'm good. Looks like Issue Report is having a cooling round. That Banshee is going to be falling over and staying down with criticals on the legs. Let me see here. So Yahoo is finally turning up. But I kind of feel like the Banshee at this point is shredded. We gain nothing from continuing to fight the Banshee. So we are going to declare victory. We're gonna tell the enemy pilots, good try. If you withdraw from the field, we will cease aggression. And we'll allow them to leave in an orderly fashion. Because we can kill them, sure, but we might get a lucky shot through one of our cockpits. Anything could happen. And they're not going to continue fighting in that shape. The enemy control the field. Now, if we were open to salvage, then we would absolutely bring them down. But yeah, there was no need for us to continue to fight, especially not when we have a reconnaissance interdiction. Enemy reconnaissance units have been deployed to gather intelligence on our movements. We need to survive for 6 turns. Oh, some people are considering leaving. How rude. The enemy are wavering. We've got a Shadowhawk, but we can't afford it. That's fair. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to go to personnel, and I want to go to fluff, and I want to... Oh, Yakima. Yakima's the other player adopted character. So there's Yakima, and there's Issue Report. Knight, right now, if you're still in chat, Knight, right now Issue Report is piloting Red Asshole, the assault mech we seized at the end of our first contract where we defeated the Red Assholes. I know you have I know you like Warhammers. Do you want Issue Report to stay in Red Asshole, or do you want me to pop them into a Warhammer? Let me know. Let me know in chat. We can make it happen. Let's get a resupply. I would like some ammunition, please. Thank you. Uh-oh. Captain, critical state. Hostiles advancing quickly. Supplies compromised. Reinforcements essential. Total defeat imminent without immediate support. We have a crisis. We have an emergency convoy defense scenario. We need to deploy people. We need to deploy them fast. And we need someone who's going to actually get there in time. So we are actually going to deploy Carnival Lance. Base target number is going to be 5. Let's spend a support point. And let's reinforce. Reinforcement successful. Good, good. So we'll need to deal with that crisis in a moment. Knight says they would personally like to be in a Warhammer as they build for a sniper. Let's make that happen. Hangar. War. And then we want Red Asshole. And I'm just doing that now before I forget. There we go. Okay, let's drop and see what happens. Oh god, it's solar flare and a strong gale. I mean, one benefit is that the convoy should be able to get out. We always retain battlefield control, so we're going to send in salvage group Able. Okay, so Carnival Lance is arriving on round 3. The flatbed, we've got 2 flatbeds and a prime mover that we're going to need to get off the opposite edge, and we need to knock out 33% of the Op 4. Now, ambush scenarios like this are an interesting one because there's not actually an objective to keep the convoy alive. However, there is an implicit objective to keep the convoy alive, because obviously you want to keep the convoy alive to get the goodies. But technically, the convoy can be wiped out and you can still succeed the scenario. And you have to succeed the scenario, otherwise you're going to lose a contract victory point as the enemy ravages your rear line. So we need to knock out 33% of the hostiles. So here's an example of a new convoy scenario. Convoys will always have a road in them. Oh god, there's a Warhammer right behind Academic. Called Bucket. Bucket the Warhammer. We've got a Vulcan. Okay, so this is the scene as the radio call went out. And now we're immediately heading off-road to try and put as much distance between us. We've got hostiles to the north as well. We know we have allies inbound, but this is a rough situation. Aristrati says, road? You mean concrete skid plates? Yeah. Our prime mover is not moving at a prime speed. Hi, Mr. Bear. Are you okay, buddy? Mr. Bear says he wants to go outside, so I'm just going to summon my wife. Oh god. The Vulcan is right there. What do I got on my flatbed? I have nothing. I have a small laser and an SRM, but it's not turreted. So, I mean, huh. Oh, I got a rear-facing SRM? Yeah! Butt missiles. Go gadget butt missiles. Oh, one sec. Knight says a bucket was not his original call sign, but it's what the comms translated it to. Oh, I have turreted SRMs? Right. Okay, they're not butt missiles. Good to know. Butt missiles were kind of cool, though. Looks like I've got another Black Shack coming in for the south. Oh, God. Oh, God. There goes one of our flatbeds as the Vulcan just unloaded its medium lasers and obliterated the flatbed truck. Knight says this is why I always do fast movers or instant reinforcements. I was tempted to do instant reinforcements. That was kind of against the spirit of it. So I decided not to do instant. Also, I have never actually got to play one of these myself, these interceptions. Oh, lordy. There goes another flatbed. And our prime mover is immobile. King Mark says I want a Von Luckner for butt missiles. So, with our prime mover immobile, we are going to get the fuck out of that prime mover and break. Because these are pirates. These don't care that we're in force withdrawal. There we go, we've ejected. So our next objective is to try and get Academic and their crew into cover as quickly as possible. Oh lord. Let's shoot our auto rifles at this Vulcan. You never know, we might get lucky. So Academic and their crew are just scrambling out of the truck, firing off their auto rifles at the Vulcan, completely missing. Knight says, see all that blood and destruction, that's your spirit of the scenario, death and misery. Yeah, it's great. Okay, it's our turn to deploy. Reinforcements have arrived. Got a fire hose and a stinger. With Casket, the Wasp. Yakima in a Locust. Man, we need to put Yakima in a better mech. And Narcolepsy in the Wasp. Zar, if you're in chat, pick a better mech for Yakima. Having Yakima in a Locust just feels mean. Seeker says laws don't exist in BattleTech. Oh no, they absolutely do. In fact, in 51.01, Hammer implemented them. Oh, here's an interesting thing that I implemented today. It's not in the builds that you're looking at, but I've added a new mechanic. Optional, of course, but a new mechanic where if a character dies for any reason and they have edge, they can permanently spend a point of edge to why can't I fire? Oh, they can move or shoot, not both. Okay, whatever. So if you die and you have a point of edge, you can burn that edge, permanently lose it, to escape death. So if you spend 100 XP and get edge on a character, and your character dies in a scenario, you can then lose that point of edge, but the character will not die. They'll just get really, really, really badly beaten up, but they won't die. And the reason I've implemented that is because we're going to probably start reducing the amount of edge that that is in the game. So, for example, awards are no longer going to give out edge. They are going to give you a nice good chunk of XP, but they're not going to issue edge anymore. And so when you buy edge, I really want to make sure that it is a good investment. Okay, so we've got a Warhammer, a Blackjack, and a Vulcan against our Light Lance. I'm not entirely sure we are going to do this. And everything I've just said about edge and all that good stuff, I just want to clarify, it is optional. So if you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to play with it. So we've got our vehicle crew out of Dodge. How do we feel? How do we feel about backing out here? We've got a Blackjack, Vulcan, and Bucket, and that's just what's in the south. I think we're gonna withdraw from this fight. We're gonna email Allied Command and say, sorry boss, they had too much stuff, and then we're just gonna take the loss. Because I think if we try and tackle that much metal with what we have on the field, we're not taking that much metal off the field. So technically we do control the field, but we don't get anything. Apparently, one of the flatbed trucks is repairable. Or salvageable, at least. Okay, well, sucks to suck. Tarzan, Knife, and Academic? No, Academic is not dead. Oh no, I guess Academic did die then. Oh shit. So the crew got out, but Academics themselves actually died. That sucks. Yeah, that's a defeat. Yeah, damn, we actually lost that entire convoy of all hands. Woof, okay. Not ideal. But hey, that is what it what it is. Knight says instant convoy reinforcements. I have learned my lesson. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Radar says that's why I hate flatbed trucks. We give flatbed trucks for free because they're free, basically. They're meant to start you off. They're not meant to be something you use for the entirety of your campaign. So here's a cool thing. You notice in the top left how Sector 0 is green? That means all objectives in Sector 0 have now been completed. Sector 1 and Sector 2 are orange because they still have objectives outstanding. So hey, we've done one of our sectors at least. Whippy! Okay, let's do this reconnaissance interdiction. We need to survive for 6 turns. We always get battlefield control, but we're not going after salvage, so I'm not too worried about that. Radar says, I didn't say it was bad for you to get them for free, just rapidly try and replace them. So our job here is just to keep an eye on the Op 4 for 6 turns. Which is mostly going to consist of us just hiding at the back with Discreet in their Demolisher Mark II, Shrek in the PPC carrier. Oh no, the PPC carrier is called Shrek. Okay. What else we got? Got another Devastator. And that's it. Okay. So 6 turns. We've got a light and a medium in the field, Wasp and a Shadowhawk. In hindsight, I probably should have dispatched some salvage teams, but hey, we're just here to scan. We're not here to engage. That's what our allies are for. Quaman, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you're having a good time. I certainly am. I love this game so much. Bad guy stuff is happening. We don't care. Because if we can't see any of them, they can't see any of us. After this episode, we are going to settle on... Not this episode, but on this scenario. We are going to settle on who is Flashfired's daddy and what does he do. So far, my favorite is that they were a mech warrior with the red assholes. Yeah, so Radar's talking about how there just isn't many canon infantry. Something I'm really hoping with the new core series of books is when we get core combined arms or whatever the book ends up being called. I'm hoping that we're going to get more canon infantry record sheets. Because yeah, it's a desert out there if you like infantry, for actual cannon stuff. Most of the record sheets we have are for very specialized infantry examples that were only used by a tiny sub-faction of a faction, rather than being something that you can just use wherever. Hey, we're on round 3. Oh, we're seeing, looks like a whole bunch of stuff that's coming up on our sensors. And our goal here is, as I mentioned, our objective is we've been tasked to just to keep an eye on their comms. We're passing back sensor data to Allied Command so they can get an idea of what we're dealing with the pirate enclave on this planet. One of the really cool things with the this contract was generated before it came into the game, but now when we generate pirate contracts, you're actually going to be having those contracts take place in places where it makes sense for pirates to be, so not in the middle of inhabited systems. PS359 says, I think the way the writers are going would be infantry as battlefield support unit where they have simplified rules for taking damage. So that is absolutely how it is in the new core rulebook. We've had that confirmed, that battlefield support assets are going to be in the new core rules. But what I also suspect we're going to do is we're going to get a book later down the line that has the rules for tanks, infantry, and all that other good stuff. That's sort of a combined arms core rulebook. Raider says that infantry won't go straight battlefield support only. Yeah, that's my take. I don't think they will either. Just need to mute myself. 1 second. After this scenario, we're actually going to take a very, very short 5-minute break so that I can get some water and just relax my throat a little bit, because as I've mentioned a couple of times on stream, I am still very, very ill. I picked up a flu earlier in the week, and it's done a number on me. Radar says, from what I've heard on Discord, they want to rewrite infantry completely. That'd actually be what I would expect as well. Oh, it looks like an enemy locust has advanced upon our position. Let us make it regret that life decision it made. Unfortunately, we have nothing in range that has too much TMM, so we'll throw foul language at it. We'll intimidate the enemy pilot with our foul language. Radar adds, and since there's not many canon record sheets for infantry, they can get away with rewriting them. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad problem to have. Hammer's adding that they talked about in comments about how nobody likes the current infantry approach. Yeah, I say this as someone who really, really likes combined arms, but I agree that the current infantry approach, it feels very BattleTech of the 80s. So I think the current infantry sort of dates back to... oh, there goes the enemy trooper. Goes back all the way to... Oh god, what was the urban fighting rulebook? It wasn't Max Tech. City Tech, maybe? City Tech, yeah. So the current infantry rules go back to City Tech from what I remember. PS359 says the rules guru guy, Zottel, says he wants to overhaul them completely, but he's tight-lipped about what the new rules would be. Yeah. I'm very excited. Common Plan says, I don't think they're that bad. They're not that bad, but they're not that good either. They're very... they feel very dated, and they don't feel like the right rules that have been maintained. They kind of just existed and then just been left. Hammer says very abstract, yeah. Radar says room for improvement. This is kind of my point, really. I just think there's room for improvement. They can make it a little bit easier to play on the tabletop, and when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean take away all of the complexity. I just think there's a lot of math it requires you to do that just makes for it doesn't make for a frictionless tabletop experience. It's very different when you've got MegaMek doing all the math for you. Okay, we have 5 turns left, but the enemy Locust is trying to come out and play, so we should make it go away. Oh, the enemy Locust really wants to come and play. Oh dear. Dear Locust 3V, please kindly fuck off. Damn it. The Shrek can't do anything because the Locust is blocked by Ultra Woods. Just turn the squeaky turret around. And we've got a 17% chance to hit, but we do have two APCs, AC-20s, which I suppose, if you think about it, is kind of like shooting an entire APC at them. Ow for Strick. Seeker 10,000 says you could use the bot commands. I could, but I keep forgetting they exist. Oh, there goes an enemy wasp, more or less. We missed both AC-20s, that's sad. Oh, motive crit. Radar says no, shooting an AC-20 at somebody is shooting a small Volkswagen. True. I'm hoping Shell Shock and Discreet survive the melee round. Commissar Planet says, I like the way that shooting them with your big guns does very little damage, but they can cause you some real problems if you don't remove them from where you want your mechs to go. Yes, I do like that as well. Okay, looks like the Locust missed a kick and fell on its ass. Okay, end of round 6, we will be ending this. So we are going to turn around, and shoot the enemy Locust. No, we can stand here. We can turn our turret. We can turn our turret. Secretive Man says, I do think lighter order cannon should do more damage. I think a lot of things. I think I need to scoot my Shrek forward a little bit. Archdive says Locust on the ground is dead Locust. It absolutely is when you have 4 AC-20s next to you. Oh, they fell on their ass and blacked out. Oh no, and the enemy wasp is ejected. I mean... There we go. We're not going to aim. We don't need to aim. Not aiming gives us a 100% chance to hit, and when you've got this many AC-20s, it... Oh no! So Psychatic, thank you so much for the 100 bits, has redeemed a Comstar Interdiction. For the next 5 minutes, so until 8 o'clock, my time local, I am not allowed to say mech, and that includes the alternate spellings. And in the spirit of the Star League, I will also make that mean that I'm not allowed to say BattleMech either. So that's going to last until 8 o'clock. Now, I am probably going to take a break after this scenario, but if I do take a break, I'll move the interdiction forward so you still get your money's worth. Oh no! We have a second Comstar interdiction. I am not allowed to swear. And we also have a hype train, where if you contribute goodies, you will get a emote. Whee! It took me an embarrassing long time to figure out what a hype train does. Seeker 10,000 says, what's the penalty if I do? If I accidentally break the Comstar interdiction, the redeemers get to choose a forfeit for me. And Psychatic caught me out earlier, and so I have a forfeit from Psychatic where I need to write a glossary entry for admins, so people can go to the glossary to find out what admin do. Boom. Boom. Pew, pew, pew. Flames. And that'll do. I have been tempted to add the bits redeem to ban me from doing certain actions in game. Whoa. Oh no! Oh no! No! Our hubris! No! We hit the enemy Locust so hard, we got a stack pole. No! No! We got a stack pole. Oh my god, Shell Shock is immobilized twice. Oh lordy. I'm being very careful. So, things we have a hype train on going. I am required by Twitch, basically, or heavily encouraged by Twitch to remind you all that if you subscribe, you will unlock a plethora of fun free emotes. I'm not sure they're free if you have to subscribe, but you get a bunch of emotes if you subscribe. And all funds are being directly placed into a pot to help get me a new computer so that I have an easier time of developing MegaMek and also providing you with fun-filled content. Radar says, we have gone from a normal novel to a Stackpole novel. PS359 says, I was wondering if Stackpoles were on when you mentioned unloading 4 AC20s into it. Yeah, that was maybe a little bit of a mistake. Now the mechanics need to unlodge a bit of locust from one of our tanks. But that is the end. We have successfully scanned, or in this case, captured the battle ROM footage of our allies obliterating the hostile units. Yeah, we won! Go us! I'm going to save for it. Yes, I want to save. Save, please. We control the field. Seeker 10,000 says, I didn't realize Stackpole damage carried into adjacent hexes. It absolutely does. The radius and the amount of damage done by a Stackpole depends on the engine size. I mean, we could have claimed a fire starter out of this, but I'm okay with us not doing that's fine. Oh, thank you, Bandit. Bandit, my cat, has just decided that my empty can of Red Bull belongs on the floor. He kicked it out of the way because he wanted to be able to get into the the radius from the fan. PS359 says, freed from the confines of its magnetic prison, the mini heart of sun within the locust went nova, its cosserating arms enveloping the surrounding tonks. Okay, so that is a good start to the month. I mean, not this part. This part's a bad start to the month. So, yeah. Let's put Yakima in a different mech. Hey, BZ Retribution, glad you could join us. So we are going to see what we've got here. Let's have a look, see if we've got any units. Wait, no, did I say it? Oh no, I had less than a minute spare. Which one did I forfeit? BZ Retribution says just in time for free KIA. Yeah, no, we had one of our convoys absolutely obliterated by pirates. Oh no, which I said mech. Ah. Okay. Okay, Psychatic. What's my forfeit? What glossary entry am I writing this time? And it caught me like less than a minute left as well. I'm terrible at these. Let's see. What do we have good? Okay, I know. We will put... checking my time before I say this. We will put red... The faction we first... I'm not falling for that, Knight. I came close, but this mech we are going to give to Yakima. As soon as I find what Yakima is currently in. Time is always up. Yeah, no. So, I will let Psychatic think about what they want my my forfeit to be, whilst I go and get myself some water and just just chill for a couple of minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And I am back. Thank you everybody for your patience. Let's head back to MekHQ. So, while we are away, yes indeed, Psychatic, I did fail the Comstar interdiction, sadly. But I also did a little bit while I was taking a brief break. Somebody called Harry Nawath has become a background character, wanted for 125,000 C-bills. And if we look at their genealogy, they have one child, Aurelia Flashfried Narath. And so Flashfried finally tracked down her father, only to discover her father was actually a mech warrior with the Red Assholes. One of the mech warriors who actually survived the destruction of the Red Assholes and went into hiding. But here's the thing. Psychatic's father, Harry. Psychatic says, you knew said the new company generator is well on its way. Yeah, that's one of Hammer's projects. That's not one of mine. So I'm not 100% on the state of it. So here's the thing. Flashfried's father has reached out to Flashfried after learning she was looking for him, and he's been leaning on her. He's been pressing her for money. So Flashfried actually is going to have wealth -1, and we're going to have a look at her earnings. How can we edit earnings? Let's see here. It doesn't say. Anyway, yeah. So she has wealth -1. So each month, Harry, Flashfried's father, is pressing her for 25,000 C-bills. And right now, Flashfried's keeping it to herself. But it won't be long until her nest egg runs out. Pink Bully says she's funding the enemy. In a manner of speaking, yes. So I think maybe we should give Flashfried a dark secret. Let's see here. Dark secret. Trivial. Trivial dark secret events, dark personal lapse or dishonorable acts that could harm the character's retribution. Concealed wrongdoing that would... I think a trivial. We're going to give her a trivial dark secret. Now that will give her 100 XP, but this is a secret she wants to keep to herself. She doesn't want anybody to know that she's actually related to somebody in the Red Assholes. Woof. So we lost all that, including some Gauss rifle ammo, which I'm really happy to receive. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay, so let us continue our Operation Destruction. We are looking to capture this facility. We actually need to... Aristrazi says, wait, didn't her father literally say, I am your father, her? Yeah, it seems that way. So, her long-lost father turned out to be not so lost. So we need to find a facility, and we need to destroy a hostile force in this AO. So let's start having a patrol. See if we can track it down. Ekendoc says, broke the 20 viewer wall. Yeah, I know we've had a really active stream. Glad you could join us, Ekendoc. You did miss us getting a convoy interception, and we lost the entire convoy. Radar says we broke 30 earlier. Yeah, this has been a very, very good stream. Didn't mean to click that twice, but such is life. Oh, there he goes. Whatever that was, it's gone now. I think it was just telling us that somebody's returned. Yes. But yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, I see BC Retribution showing their Scrotorious Basterds Prive. Hecadox says a convoy interdiction serves me right. It does. It absolutely serves me right. You're right. Okay, so we're going to advance. I was going to say we're going to advance until they come home, but they just did. So we're going to send them back out again. Yeah. Off you trot. Go on. Find the bad guys. Aha! We found the hostile airbase. Go us. So here's an interesting thing. You notice that the hex that we explored was actually all the way over there. So how it works is when you when you perform an advanced scout deployed to the StratCon AO, it will reveal hexes equal to the number of passes you get. But if you get more successes than there are unexplored hexes around you, it will go one step further up to the maximum based on your recon range. So that allowed us to find the hostile airbase all the way up there. So how's the repair bay? The repair bay is busy. Oh, we're out of Gauss, but that's okay. Let us go knock on the door of this airbase. We're sending Hailstorm Lance. And we're going to reinforce with Valiant Lance. Now, if anybody unaware, Valiant Lance is our... they're our infantry. We're going to use those to seize the Op 4's turrets. We successfully reinforced. Let's see, do we need any parts? Parts in use. Oh, that's a standard armor. That's fine. Okie dokie. When's our scenario? The 7th. We've got a couple of days. Seeker 10,000 says, send in the infantry. Send in the infantry. Exactly. Oh, actually, here's something that we fixed. So you know how sometimes the tabs would flash and you go to them and there wouldn't be anything here? We fixed the bug. We found out. We fixed that bug like an hour ago. So now when you get a flash on one of your tabs, it is actually a message there. It's not going to be any ghost messages anymore. Okay, looks like we've got clear. Oh, Marit Darvane has conceived a baby. Good for them, I guess. Okay, we are in a hot city jungle. I don't want a city if I can avoid it, because that's going to make it a really pain in the ass to get to the turrets. Base hot desert, that'll be fine. Clear, daylight, light gale. Should be good. Okay, we need to destroy 75% of the enemy turrets. Victor gets, so we're going to send in... We haven't had much salvage, so we're going to make sure we definitely get as much salvage as we can by sending in both salvage groups. This could be a hard fight, because we're gonna have to storm the... Yes, saying, do you want to have the infantry spawn aboard their transports? Of course we do, but we are going to need to storm the hostile turrets. Okay, no mines. Okay, let's see. Can we see anything? I feel like what we're going to try and do is come in through this break in the buildings here. Spread it here on our map. Can we make the map big? We can! Hooray! Make my monster grow! Apparently that's as big as we can make it. Okay, that gives us a point of entry. We're going to hold back our maxims. We don't want them to start deploying until... Oh, God. We have hostile air elements have been found. That is a lot of hostile air elements. We are sending out the communication to all combat units. Scatter, 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 scatter. Anybody who's played MekHQ long enough knows that Princess loves fuel air bombs and other nastiness. We need to make sure that we are not boxed together. Check what bombs they have. I'm not sure that's going to come up on our sensors, but we can check. No bombs on the Lightning. Centurion has Infernos. The Thunderbird doesn't have anything. And the Sadits up there has Infernos. So one of the things that we've done is Spicy Chip. That's my forfeit. What does that mean? What does Spicy Chip mean? But one of the things that we changed in 51 Milestone that was not present in 51 Not Milestone. I've got to take a Spicy Chip challenge. Okay. I will accept that forfeit. I do not have any Spicy Chips to hand, but I will acquire a Spicy Chip. But one of the things that we've done is reduce the amount of bombs that Princess gets, so that she isn't so what's the word? Bomb happy, because we can't stop her from dropping all of her bombs every time she flies over. But what we can do is reduce the number of bombs that she actually has. Okay, we have no censored contact for where the hostile turrets are, so we're just gonna have to drive in and see what we can see. Oh god, a moment of silence for that Maxim. I think Valiant Lance might be about to have their first casualties. Anybody remember what sensor type you want to use when you're going through urban environments? I can never remember. Mag scan, okay. I will try to remember to switch to mag scan. In fact, I'm going to do that on systems. Okay, the Alt 4 hasn't dropped any bombs yet, at least. Well, at least we can fire some lerms at the flyover. Apparently the I didn't realize the Maxims had rear-facing LRMs. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Pew pew. Damn it, no chance on that. Oh, I could have fired my rear-facing LRMs. Kemal says those are actual butt missiles. Radar says the Maxims have a lot of weapons attached to them. So it seems. Hopefully, we can use them to knock these hostile air elements out of the sky. I'm going to save my Gauss ammo. I'm not going to use a 17%, but I will happily throw some LRMs its way. Oh, they might be able to take out this Centurion. That'd be nice. The Centurions doing a flyover is definitely going to be regretting their life decisions with all of this firepower being thrown their way. Woof! That is not ideal. 3 hits to the infantry. We need those infantry, damn it. We managed to injure their pilot in return. That's nice. And a whole buttload of misses. Well, I have no idea what the state of the infantry is, but that is not ideal. Ha 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 ha! Suffer! We did at least manage to knock the Centurion out of the air. In fact, I'm going to text message my wife now, and I'm going to tell her, dearest wife, whomst I, no, not autocorrect, not who may, whomst I love greatly. Twitch says I have to do a forfeit. That forfeit, I can't spell, forfeit, is to eat a ghost pepper chip. Please acquire me some. XOXO kiss emoji. It has been sent. BC Retribution says that Centurion just became the yellow wang. Yeah, so we knocked the enemy Centurion out of the air. That's one enemy aircraft down. I don't even know what this Saditz is blowing up. Like, what is this Saditz even doing? It's just destroying the local foliage for some reason. Air Centurion is now Ground Centurion, yeah. Oh, here's a fun bug. We had an error come up if you were having aerospace versus aerospace. And the bug was that we don't want to walk through the Infernos. The bug is that what would happen is when the pilot ejected, the pilot would have an altitude, so MegaMek would try and treat him like an aerospace asset, but he wasn't an aerospace asset, he was a pilot. And so it just threw a whole bunch of errors instead. Oh no, we don't. No. Drive around the fire. And so I just, when I saw that error message come in, I kind of, in my mind, I was just imagining this aerospace pilot just flapping his arms really, really well, shouting, "I'm a plane." Where the bugging hell is this base? Oh, we got enemy contact. We have found at least one of the enemy turrets. We also have got confirmed contact with a Panther and Warhammer. Our vehicles are requesting mech support. Eric Strider says, "Give the ejected pilot a parachute. Now he can start. Now he can be a target." CK10 says, "Start the button." Gonna start something. Mr. Krabs can't really get where I want him to, so that will have to do. Oh man, Odin, as always, just hanging out at the back. Our problem with Odin before was that he blew up any mech that he was in. I did not realize I could do that. That's cool. Okay, I didn't know I could do this. This is cool. Neat. Yeah, before his problem was that he was just prone to blowing up any mech he was in that had ammunition to blow up. Now he's just too fat to catch anything. Let's see if we can't knock another enemy out of the air. My phone has just gone off. My wife replied right now. My wife says she isn't sure Ingalls has those. I've confirmed to my wife that I do not need a ghost pepper chip right now, but my wife has confirmed she will acquire me a ghost pepper chip. So Psychotic, it might be a little bit before you get your forfeit, but I won't forget. Realize, let's get out of my vehicle, all of you. Before I start debussing infantry, I really want to try and thin the air a little bit so the infantry don't get immediately eradicated. We also kind of need to swerve around the hostile mechs. I'm really not expecting much from the amount of firepower we're throwing at these aircraft, but I am hoping we can maybe make it lose altitude. We maybe do something. My wife says that I can let you guys know that the suffering chips shall be acquired. So I will ask you to wait patiently for the suffering chips, but I will eat a suffering chip. And because it's Psychotic's, what's the word? Forfeit, I will make sure that Psychotic's here when I do it. This is so cool. I had no idea I could do that. And I did it entirely by accident. Yeah, this is better. Because now, in theory, I can do this. And it'll jump to it. Yeah, I don't need this bit. Oh, well, that buggered it up, didn't it? Well, this was fun while it lasted, and I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Excuse me. Okay, we've got some motive on one of our lads. Damn it, one of our Maxims is the mobile. So the driver's yelling to the infantry, "Sorry lads, you've got to walk." Damn, no more enemy aircraft crashing. Sad times. The following units are currently stranded on the mobile transports. Select any and all units you wish to unload. Thank you. Where is the turret? It's all the way over there. So I think our avenue is we drive down here and then we come up behind the turret to try and have put as much distance between us and the Panther and Warhammer as we can. Man, we need to get Odin in a faster unit. Oh, the maximum heavy transport, that's what this is. Let's eject and get the crew somewhere safe. How bad is our movement? We need 6s. We're gonna try, because I don't want to end us right next to that panther. Looks like we made it. I mean, if we're gonna zoom, we might as well zoom. Need 5s. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Looks like we succeeded. Yeah, go us. Oh, no, we ended up in a building. We'll just scoot out of there. Radar says they got a DCMS officer calling out for an official challenge. Good luck. I am hoping against hope that we can get a official challenge scenario when we fight the clans in a couple of years. Because we are not far from the clans. Face planted into a building. Okay, do we have anything that can... So we have a turret, so we can at least swivel. And we can start throwing some machine gun rounds at the Warhammer. There's some SRMs too. Man, the Maxim has so many good guns. Plus some butt missiles. I'm just imagining the Maxim driving down the street, crashing into a building, pulling out of the building, just missiles flying in every direction. Oh, that Panther. We can see the Panther. What's our target going to be? No target selected. Let me try that again. There we go. 58% chance. We will try and snipe this Panther from the other side of the field. I could have gone for the Cicada, but I'm a lot less afraid of the Cicada. The Panther's on the building. Yeah, exactly. So it's the Cicada. I could have shot the Cicada. I could have shot the Panther. I opted to shoot the Cicada. The Panther, just because it's a light mech, so I'm more likely to be able to take it out in one volley. I could have dropped the building. I don't know that I could have. It's 75 CF, and the Cicada's on a 52 CF. So I might have been able to drop the building on the Cicada, but I definitely couldn't on the Panther. But hey, let's try and bring the building down. We might as well. Got to fire those butt missiles. Yeah. Actually, I think the shout from chat to bring down the building is actually the way to go. One of the fun things about vehicles is, because they don't track heat, you can just fire everything willy-nilly. Oh, butt missiles. Seeker 10,000 says, get all the ammo out of the vehicle before it explodes. Quite right. I should probably be figuring out how to... Actually, we are, for Munin, we're actually going to shoot the Cicada. Because I feel like we've got enough damage to bring down the building at this point, but I still want to put some fire in on the Cicada itself. %, 58% chance on the Cicada. Yeah, I think we will. gonna shoot the LRMs at the building just because I really want that to come down. Yeah! Yeah! Good job, chat. So the cicada has fallen on its ass. Oh, the Panther got smashed in the gyro. Lots of buildings. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Oh no, our Maxims are getting roughed up. Another Maxim's been immobilized. Oh shit. We lost an infantry platoon to a fuel explosion. And then a cicada getting royally fucked up, but so is the Panther. Deacon 10,000 says, told me used to be to us. Yeah, and yeah, I'm new to... I'm pretty new to this whole stuff, so... So that Locust is now forced to draw. I actually expect that Locust is going to eject. Because it's missing its right leg. I'm really not worried about that Locust anymore. Cicada. I would like to remove the Panther from the equation. Okay, yeah, so we need to... I feel like we can actually get our Tonks through. So we're going to retreat the vehicle crew into the building here, so they're at least safe. Oh, that was a flamer platoon, not infantry vehicle. Well, whatever. So Munin is more than happily strolling down Main Street. We'll probably kick the cicada on the way past. The vehicle crew, this time the actual right unit, is going to hide in the building. Oh, that is a lot of piloting skill checks. I don't mind gimbal gambling, but that's a bit much even for me. Fives, that's not worth the risk. Not with trip hazard. And I'd rather not have to repair the Thunderbolt if I can. Oh, we found another turret all the way over there. Oh my god, that's gonna be a... We need the infantry to get to that turret. Yeah, the cicada ejected, as I suspected. Aristride says, if it's a 5, my limit is 2 checks. Above that, walk my guy, you're not good enough to make that PSR. I'm inclined to agree, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to get most of our firing done at this point. That turret is far too inside the buildings. Ah, but Munin and the Grasshopper is going to absolutely take a duel with a Warhammer. Though I think we're gonna fuck up the Panther, take advantage of its no TMM. Yeah, we're gonna unload on the Panther, just try and get rid of it. Okay, can we... We can't hit the building, unfortunately. We've got some butt missiles. Can the butt missiles do anything? They cannot. I feel like this Gauss shot is going to be an executioner shot on this enemy Panther. I would really like to get some shots off on these turrets, but that's not happening. And I don't really want to... And I suppose I can shoot the building. Line of sight blocks anyway. Okay, fair enough. Oh, we can actually shoot the turret. We will take that. Soften it up before we have to storm. Okay. Maxims are still having a rough time. So's that Panther. Oh, yeah. Is it dead? One structure left on the torso. That Panther is not dead with one structure remaining. We're not going to stomp on the enemy pilot. Okay. Let's unload our infantry. We'll try a 5+. We're going to move our infantry through the buildings. We're not in a huge rush, but we are going to move our tank crew a little bit deeper. They've already taken casualties. I'd really rather they didn't take more. BZ Archmage says that's a 52% pass rate, which is still some risk. Yeah. How bad is this PSR? None. We'll take it. Munin in the Grasshopper is going to leap over the hostile Warhammer in an attempt to backstab it. I am really surprised the hostile Panther hasn't bailed. It's got one structure left on the center torso. A stiff breeze will kill it. We really don't need to do much to this Panther. We've got the heat spare. We might as well try and finish it off. I'm not going to waste even 1 point of heat on it, though. Too close for the Gauss. Well, fuck it. 72%. We're going to fire a Gauss at point rank range if we can. Okay, let's backstab us a Warhammer. I mean, we've got a 92% chance. We'll fire a couple of PPCs at the damaged Panther just to try and finish it off, but we're not going to go overheat. Okay, looks like we've taken out its gyro. Okay, lots of damage to buildings. Looking for sexy red, sexy red. there goes the center torso. And the gyro, but by the looks of things. Oh. Mr. Krabs fell over. Mr. Krabs. You're in a quad mech. How did you fall over? So I did the hostile Warhammer, so we're going to punt it in the ass. We smashed up its right leg a little bit. And this is going to be the turn that we start storming the first of the enemy turrets. Weissman says, hey, off the ground, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Krabs, what the hell? You are in a quad mech. If anybody has no excuse to fall over, it's you. Trip hazard, on the other hand. Oh, the hostile air assets are back. Doing naughty little air things. Okay, let's figure out how we storm an enemy. I guess we just move into it. And I'm hoping that means we're storming it. You'll have an infantry combat phase come up after the melee combat phase. Okay, cool. Good to know. Mr. Krabs has some flybys that we are going to swat some bothersome flies with a machine gun. Let's see if Mr. Krabs can score himself a whirlybird. I feel like we're in a good position to melee the Warhammer. I am actually going to shoot the flybird above us. I would be more than happy to bring down some more of these aircraft. I'm really nervous about the aircraft phase because not the aircraft phase, the close assault phase, because I understand it's really bloody, and I've never done it, so I'm hoping we don't have a mass casualty situation. Oh shit! Looks like Munin's fallen over. Oh, we injured the enemy pilot. Yeah, Munin got absolutely paggered by... What did Munin get shot by? The Warhammer point blank, okay. Oof. Oh, shit! That's not good. Mr. Krabs Goliath is been destroyed by engine destruction. Thanks for that. We managed to do some decent damage to the enemy aircraft, but yeah, Mr. Krabs is... well, Mr. Krabs has no mech. King Mars says we can repair it. We have the technology. I bloody hope we do. Okay. Weissman says, say thank you to the XL engine. Yeah, this is the moment I discovered that Mr. Krabs has an XL. J-Blaze, hat, face and hands. Yeah, that was pretty much my reaction. We blow off the right leg of the enemy Warhammer. Trip Hazard has, unsurprisingly, fallen over. Pink Bully says, time to crab walk home. Infantry combat phase. Yeah, crash you asshole. Okay, so where's my infantry combat? So I had infantry combat phase come up, but I'm not seeing any infantry combat. Do I have to end it? Like, is that like a case of that's the only thing they can do that round? Radar, you've used it before. Educate me. How many turrets they got? Tiger, why are you eating the bed? We need that for sleeping. I'm trying to see base defenses. Okay, they've got 2 units. We only need to destroy 1. Yeah, Radar's saying that because of their infantry, they probably couldn't have done their infantry combat phase that turn. That's what I'm thinking happened. We'll find out at the end of this turn. We can afford to carefully stand. The thing is, we need to destroy 75% of the enemy base. We might be able to capture it if we can route the Op 4, but we definitely need to do a lot more damage to the Op 4 for that. Hi, Bandit. Yeah, hi, little buddy. What's up? Yeah? Well, you can't. Like, I would really rather not have to destroy this building the hard way, because it's got 69 CF. That's going to take a while to chew through. I mean, we have a 92% chance to hit, which means we can afford to go a little hot. We definitely want the SRMs in, because we want to try and crit Steak. Is it hardened? I have no idea. Let's find out. It does not say medium building. Don't attack it while your infantry's in it. You know, that's a very good point. I hadn't figured that. I hadn't thought of that point, but maybe we shouldn't be shooting the building that has our buddies in it. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe. Whomst among us could have figured that out on their own. Whomst among us, certainly not me. I think this Warhammer's going up in flames at the end of this round. Certainly looks like it. Lots of damage to buildings, yada yada yada. Okay, enemy Warhammer's blacked out. Good, good. Oh, there goes a PPC in his shoulder. Yeah, that Warhammer is toast. Oh well, sucks to suck. I'm not going to bother kicking it because I just don't think there's much value in doing that. Ah, so it should come up. I saw a button there for initiate infantry combat. What I think is I'm meant to select the unit and then select instigate infantry combat, whereas I'm on independent initiative, so I'm used to not having to select my units. That'll be what it is. Kicking while he's down, he could wake up. I don't think that's going to be an issue. What unit is your infantry at? My infantry is these guys. Are they on the roof? I don't think so. Height 1. They're on elevation 1. They're on the roof. Oh, god damn it. Go down! Go down, my lads. King Master says, we'll say the UI for infantry attacking turrets is not good. Well, yeah. Every day is a school day, and unfortunately, this school day we flunked. Now we need to start chewing our way towards this turret, I think. Bison says we're all learning. Yeah. Okay, I would like you to enter the building. Climb mode. Go through. Move. Hooray! Shooting down more aircraft. Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to have to do. I would like you to go down into the building, please. Let's see, now we're learning. We're now learning that we need to be a bit more cognizant about where our infantry are on the building level. And, you know, if we're learning, we are winning, really, if you think about it. Okay, so we skip firing for you. Don't care about you. We're not shooting the unconscious mech warrior. I would like to take that Warhammer home. I don't know we're going to have range for this, but we can certainly try. We do! Pew pew, go missiles, go! Okay. Shoot our butt missiles at the aircraft. Damn, out of range and out of targeting. Yeah! Bang, 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 bang. Go my machine guns. Shoot down the aircraft. Pesky little flyboys. No! One of our fucking vehicles is immobilized. God damn it. And we missed everything. You guys are useless. Don't make me smash buildings. It'd be tedious and slow and I don't like it. Okay. I would like to select you, and I would like to initiate infantry combat. Yes. I would like to select you. No? Okay. Done. I would like to select you. I can't do infantry combat because I moved this turn. Seeker 10,000 says I shot an aircraft for 100 plus mechs and didn't kill it. Let's reinforce combat, yes. Okay, so this isn't, I'll be honest, this isn't too bad. Infantry combat in medium flak defense, blah, 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 blah. Attackers lose 15 personnel. That's not ideal. Who won? I rolled a 7. What does that mean? Who won? Did I win? I don't think I won. C10 says read the rules. In my defense, all my rule books are in a moving box right now. Cool, the Warhammer rejected. I think at this point we're going to need to start crunching our way to the through the buildings to try and get to this turret. Because I think trying to wait and just blow out the flyballs out of the air just isn't really going to do it. That said, there's a reasonable argument that if we can take out one turret, I will probably declare this for us because the flyboys have to land sometime. Bison says get those things unpacked tomorrow. I would, but I literally have no place to put the books. So in our new house, I don't have a dedicated office space, so I don't have like my bookshelves and everything. So I think I can get here in this little plaza. I can then start shooting the enemy turret. Climbing, move through building. Okay, so climbing. I would like to move through. Crunch building time. Crunch, 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 crunch. Okay, that was the enemy Warhammer ejecting. Maybe we don't shoot the building when we've got our mates in. That seems like a bad idea. We're learning. Fighter says find all those basements. Yeah, you're gonna find them 1 foot at a time. Time to start blasting. What's wrong, Mr. Bandit? What's up? You're seeming very vocal today. Are you joining the stream? You are? Yeah, are you a streaming cat boy? Secret Empire says, can you infantry capture the ejected Warhammer pilot? Maybe, actually. I hadn't thought about that. We can certainly try. Right now, I'll be more happy with our infantry capturing this enemy turret. But we can certainly try. King Mile showing their clan Nova Bandit. Die, building, die. Okay. Time to punch a building. Actually, I'm not going to go. If we're going to go through over here. I'm going to wait for. Secret Empire says Bandit wants to promote Clan Nova Bandit. Yes. My brain's going flatlining, which means it's time for my second energy drink of the evening. Why am I drinking so many energy drinks? Because I'm ill as all hell and I'm desperately trying to make it through the stream. Also, I can tell my MegaMek client is really struggling for some reason. Oh yeah, no, my MegaMek's locked up. Which means we have something infinite looping. Seeker 10,000 says same stack but overflow from earlier. That is my guess, yes. We've got an infinite loop somewhere. So I'm just going to quit out of this, I think. Oh, no, it's not going to let me. There you go. I force quit it. Let's head back in. But yeah, I'm guessing same stack overflow as earlier as well. I'm going to need to investigate that. But we'll investigate that later. It's possibly affecting the upload too. Yeah, that is my guess because my whole computer started chugging. Wait for MekHQ to launch. And we're back. There we go. Oh, the joys of a developer preview build. And back into the scenario we go. Oh, this isn't the scenario we're in. Oh no, it is. I was just on a different part of the map. But we are back to the previous turn. We need to re-invite the bots. So we're moving Odin in because Odin's going to have a much easier time of just crunching his way through the buildings. Radar won their official challenge. Good job, Radar. We'll try it. So what level is the enemy pilot on? Is it gonna tell me? Maybe not. Let's maybe they're on the roof. Kool-Aid Man, yeah, we're gonna Kool-Aid Man through the building. So that's the enemy ejecting. A whole bunch of good old successes for us. Okay, so begins the great building smash. Diddly dum. Where's my switch location? There we go. Much better. It's kicking time. I'm hoping that I feel better tomorrow because, damn it, that building has 1 CF left. Grump. Because tomorrow my wife's taking me to the local chocolate shop, and they have chocolate eggs, like done up as dinosaur eggs, and inside the dinosaur eggs there's little chocolate dinosaurs. And oh, I think I skipped the infantry combat phase accidentally. God damn it. Yes, Easy Retribution says you're too excited on chocolate dinosaurs, you were distracted from the infantry. That is exactly what it is. That is 100% exactly what happened. Something entered a building? Interesting. How much CF you got? 19? Cool. Pew, 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 pew. You have to make the pew pew noises. It makes the attacks hit more often. This is the one that's only got 1 CF left? Yes. Pew. It's a large laser, so it needs a bigger pew. Hi, Bandit. Yeah. Uh-huh. But that would be an ecclesiastical matter, Mr. Bandit. Uh-huh. He's very talkative tonight. Oh god, there goes another of our bloody APCs. Well, at least we destroy the engine, so we should now be able to see the height 1 building, or at least get somewhere we can. Hi, little buddy. Okay, so skip you. Why didn't it let me have my infantry attack phase? Oh, it is doing it. My infantry are just really bad and keep dying. Okay. I think I could have swore I saw an infantry attack phase. That was round 6, round 10. Yeah, they're doing it every round. I'm just losing. Which is not ideal. At this point, my infantry are being slaughtered. So I think we're going to leave our little adventure in building land, and we're going to abandon the assault. Radar says, can clan ammo go into IS weapons and vice versa? I believe it can if you have a campaign option that allows ammunition sharing, but I believe otherwise, no, it cannot. So at this point, I think we've actually won. The enemy doesn't really have anything on the field, so I'm just going to slash victory. I think we can persuade the enemy turrets to kind of abandon their turrety ways. If for no other reason, then this scenario is really starting to drag. We control the field. Woof. Okay, so we lost a Maxim. All of our Maxims are smashed up. Apparently our infantry, 2 of our infantry platoons are undamaged. The other 2 just got absolutely paggered. What's up, little man? What? I'm not entirely sure what he wants. He just wants. CK10 says they have nothing to hold ground. Yeah, they have no aircraft. They have... yeah, it's just a whole hell. Oh, we captured the Cicada pilot. I'm also going to rule that we captured the Warhammer pilot as well, because we had infantry right on top of him. CK10 says you could just sit outside the turret range and starve them to death. Yeah. Both of these are qualifying. And that is a victory. And we've rounded up any facility personnel we could find. Oh! We've got a defector. Interesting. And another defector. Cool. Okie dokie. What's the state of these? That's not ideal. I really don't care for a Cicada. What's the Whammer like? I could go for another Whammer. It's going to need some repairs, but it's not too bad. I don't care about the flyboy stuff. So let's grab the Whammer. And we'll grab the other crap. And our employer can have the other crap. What's the Panther looking like? Oh, the Panther's just scrap metal. Okay. Well, we'll grab the Whammer. We'll repair it up. We lost someone. Okie dokie. So that's all our prisoners, but we had someone who was interested in defecting. King Miles says the PPC Cicada is okay, and some of the XL engine ones for those who require refits. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about Cicada. Oh, Oh, we have a masseuse. A masseuse is willing to join us. Hang on a second. This base had multiple masseuses, both male and female. As well as a revolutionist, a penniless noble, and a scandal fixer. So, judging from the two masseuse, the penniless noble, the revolutionist, and the scandal fixer, I think we're starting to get a picture of who the Dragon's Retribution are. They are a disgraced, which attacks the spa. They are a disgraced Cretan nobles. Oh no, this is Rasselhaig. I don't think that was in the head base. Yeah, so we're gonna change. This character's actually from the Draconis Combine. Boop. So this character, let's go give him a more Draconis Combine-y name. Harold. There we go. They are Duke Harold. BZ Retribution says they have tight muscles. So Duke Harold was the leader of the Dragon's Retribution. Duke Harold was a Draconis Combine noble who fell under disgrace when he fell under the influences of the revolutionist Yuichi Shimizu. And Yuichi turned Harold away from the dragon. And so the Dragon's Retribution are actually Harold's Retribution. But now we've captured him. So we've captured the leader of the Dragon's Retribution. So now it's going to be interesting to see what happens. BZ Retribution says, I'm going to need these people back before my party. I mean, my medical appointment next week. So who else? We also had a regular soldier. Let's recruit their regular soldier. Oh, they got extra income as well. Nice. Let's recruit them. Because we could do with some more soldiers. We keep having them die. This Warhammer, I guess we can kind of just try and get it repaired, but I'm not too worried about that. In fact, the Warhammer we are going to mothball. And we'll repair it later. Okay, so if we look on our area of operations, Sector 1, we needed to locate a facility, and in Sector 2, we need to find a single hostile force. So let's wait for our people to come back, and then we can see what happens next. Okay, it looks like everybody's come back now. We're going to have some repairs to do, so let's repair and rearm for a bit. Odin's back out the infirmary. Not entirely sure what happened to Odin. I am going to step away from the computer very briefly and let Mr. Bandit out of the bedroom. Mr. Bandit, you're being a grumpy pants. Off you go. Seeker 10,000 asks, what about Sector 0? So if we overlook on Sector 0, you see how Sector 0 is green? That means that all the objectives in Sector 0 have been completed. So we only need to worry about Sectors 1 and 2 because they're yellow, so they have sectors outstanding. They have objectives outstanding. This is one of the changes that are coming in 51.01. Okay, so yeah, we're still doing some repairs, so let's just hold off from any more aggression for now. The only thing this needs repairing, oh god, this... Oh no, okay, so... looks like we're attempting to repair the XL engine. Yeah, Oh, we repaired the XL engine. Fan-fiddly-tastic. Margarita Fajitas no longer in the infirmary. Mr. Krabs is happy. Yeah. Getting in some more repairs. Everything's good. Yeah, we're still waiting on the... Oh, no, it sounds like we haven't replaced the XL engine. We're still waiting on that. There we go. Perfect. Now, do I have... Gauss? Okay, we've got 71... Jesus Christ, we've got 129 days until we get the Gauss rifle ammo. We need to make those Gauss shots last. Oh man, we captured their food truck operator? No. Oh, the food truck operator is the former spouse of Decadent. No more tacos for him. When you like the tacos so much, you marry the guy. Okay, so we still need to find the hostile forces on this track, so let's continue patrolling. Oh. Rescue the downed. So this is actually one of our new scenarios, which means it's probably broken. Let's see. It's not an essential scenario. One of ours is down and stranded, crippled, alone, and directly in the enemy's path. They cannot extract themselves, and the enemy is closing in to finish the job. Get to them and keep them alive. This is a race against a kill. Screen the downed units, put your bodies between it and the enemy's guns, and hold until the engagement is decided. One unit does not sound like much to lose, but that's our pilot out there, and we do not leave our people behind. Keep the downed unit alive, everything else is secondary. So what's... we got 2 downed units. Oops. That's the first bug. There should only be 1. So we'll say the Ostrock is the... we'll just work with that for now. Okay, so let's deploy something chunky. Let's go for Dreadnought Lance. That's on the 21st. We've still got a couple of days. Let's continue trying to patrol. PPC Lounge, yeah. Aha! We found them in its salvage run, another new scenario. The wrecks of previous engagement litter the ground between us and the enemy, crippling machines and abandoned rigs, all of it worth recovering. We are not the only ones who want it. A rival salvage team is inbound from the far side, and whoever holds the field to the end walks away with the prize. Push into the center, disable and secure as much of the derelict material as you can, and drive off anyone who tries to take it from us. Salvage crews are there and non-combatants and will not put up a fight, but the rival team most certainly will. Do not let them push us off the wrecks, and do not let them deny us the haul by destroying it. Secure the salvage and break the rival team. The victor holds the field and the salvage at the end of the engagement. So let's deploy... we haven't seen Steeljaw for a while. There we go. It looks like the salvage run is today. So let's drop. Victor regains salvage. Let's send the Victor retains salvage. So let's send in salvage group Able. We don't care about initiative. Okay, so it looks like we're going to need to cross the open ground to reach the the Op 4. So we're going to take our time. We're going to convoy down. What is our target hostile percentage? We need to route 33% of the Op 4. We can do that. So we don't know what they've got, but we know we only need to take out 33%. So some of you who've been playing for a long time will be like, 33%, that sounds like it's not a lot. So generally speaking, scenarios that previously required 50% kills now require only 33%, and scenarios that required like more than 50% usually require 50, 75% at a push. The reason why we've changed to this is because we want to try and reduce scenario times. Seeker 10,000 says it should probably be closer to 20%. Well, I'm going to go for 33% just because it means that it's not going to be too small. Because we want to make sure there is still a fight. And if it's 20% and you're fighting a lance, you can't actually win the scenario unless you kill 2 of their units anyway. BZ Retribution says against 4 enemies, 33% is still 2 units, just like 50%. That is true, but on larger scenarios it comes to 4. We could possibly change it to 25%. I would be open to that though. Actually, I might change it to 25% just because that's easier to math. We have 2 hostile elements here. I'm guessing that's the salvage team. So we're going to bank on it being the salvage team, and we're going to move up to engage the hostile elements north of the town. Okay, so there's the enemy salvage team. So we actually get resupplies based on how many of these we keep alive. King Miles says 20% would just be 1 unit in a 4-unit lance or 5-unit star. Yeah, it's something I need to consider and think about. I'm not entirely sure what we want to do, but we know that we don't want to have 50% because it just turns into scenarios being just massive slogs. Especially if you get to larger scenarios like we see, for example, Joker and Big Fluffy doing. You just end up with these massive slogs of a scenario that just go on forever. See if we can plink this Sentinel. We're not throwing too much down the range, but every little counts. Speaking of Bowser said, I would recommend watching Tonic's series over Wings over Flounders Field since it has a reasonable casualty rates. Give me a link. Give me a link in the Discord, and I will absolutely take a look. If you can't provide a link, I am not going to remember. My memory is notoriously bad. But yeah, just the whole idea, like, the scenario is only over when you deal 50% casualties. At that point, the unit's effectively been wiped out. Okay, we're probably looking at a whole bunch of misses. Yes. Got a lot of woods between us and the Stalker, so we're probably going to start pulling back and letting the Stalker come towards us. BZ Retribution says your memory is notoriously bastards. Yeah. That works too. So it looks like the Stalker, I'm not in the right phase. Ignore me. I thought for a second the Stalker had already moved, but I was in a completely different phase. So what we can probably do at this point is we've got a lot of long-range damage, so we're going to withdraw. Let the Op 4 come to us. It looks like there's only 2 hostile elements on the field. Make that 3. So if we can take out a couple, we should be good. We've got the range on our side. We've got PPCs and all the good stuff. Okay, let's see if we can take out this flea, because we only need to spritz the flea a little bit, and it's going to disintegrate. There we go. Just blast it as it comes through the wood line. Yeah, flea radar. The flea 4 to be exact. Armed with its medium laser, I believe. Oh, it's got a whole bunch of stuff actually. Radar says, what is a flea doing up here? Well, I'm guessing pirates got it. I suspect the flea's not going to be here for much longer though. A flea's a pretty common Innisphere mech, is it not? And there it goes, we just obliterated the flea. Good times. Oh, we're taking motive damage, but there, the flea's dead. Red says it's not very common outside of Marek space. Oh, okay. I thought it was one of those classic 3025 mechs, honestly. Seeker 10,000 says Tonic does a historical wargaming narrative campaign. I'm really interested in this. I definitely, please drop a link in the IllianiDev Discord. I would absolutely love to watch that. That is it's 100% up my street. Nivian, welcome to chat. Says it's one that Dragoons brought back because it was always wiped out for a while. Oh, see, this is why I love this game. It's you just learn so much constantly. Seeker 10,000 says they put a link to the series in the Discord. Thank you. I'm probably going to watch that this weekend. I love that kind of thing. That is very much my jam. As you can probably tell from how I often put narrative flares onto this. So our next victim, target, is going to be this, what is this? Is this the, what are you? Dervish? Neat. I like Dervish, they're fun. Yeah, it's a Dervish. VC Retribution says there was a reason it was almost wiped out. Why bring it back? Yeah. I especially like how the flea just looks like a shoebox on legs. We got driver injured on our Rommel. Otherwise, not a lot has happened. Radar says there's a flea variant that's an ultralight mech. Wow. Retribution says it has something else in common with a shoebox, the thickness of armor. That is painfully true. I can't back up into these woods. Let's try and get at least some TMM. I want to try and bring these guys into a kill box of sorts. What is my favorite bad mech? Oh, that is. Oh, now that's an interesting. Oh, what is my favorite bad mech? Weissman says most flea variants are slow for their weights too. Yes, definitely. Oh, I'm having to think. What is my favorite bad mech? My favorite mech is the Hunchback 2C, which many people do consider to be a bad mech, but I don't think that's. What is my favorite bad mech? Guess it depends on time period. Yeah, I also have I really like the Locust, all of its variants, even the really shitty LRM one. Commando, is the Commando a bad mech though? Yeah, I don't know if the Commando's a bad mech. It has bad variants, definitely. Blackjack, no, yeah, no, I think the Blackjack is probably my favorite bad mech. Ah, man, that Dervish is just taking a pounding and just keep coming. Pillager, Crockett, those are definitely bad mechs. Man, they have so much metal coming, and we don't have anywhere nearly as much maneuvering room as I thought. Okay, the Rifleman is probably my favorite bad mech, actually. Yeah, I think if I had to pick a bad mech, the Rifleman probably is my favorite bad mech. I also like the MegaMek, but I like the idea of the MegaMek more than the actual MegaMek itself. Is that Scorpion in Force of Draw? Or is that just a map? It's got no, it's got to just be the map. I must be reading it. Secret Advance says probably for me it's something like the Lumberjack or Powerman. I mean, yeah, those are industrial mechs though, so. Oh, Dervish, you have just made a fatal mistake. You are in range of my AC-20. Didn't mean to do that. Scorpion is also in range of the glorious AC-20. Secret Advance says I didn't say BattleMech. I know that's true. You did not say BattleMech. Yeah, the enemy mechs are really pinning us into a corner here. We are. I don't want to say we're in trouble, but we do not have anywhere nearly as much maneuvering room as we need. I don't like those criticals on our... Okay, we've got... when our heavy tank is immobilized. Shit, so is our Rommel. That is not ideal. We have 2 immobilized tanks. Oh god, this is about to go against us. Seeker 10,000 says they wish there was more industrial mechs since they help really build out the world. I agree, actually. I do wholeheartedly agree. We need to take out these mechs, and we need to take them out now. We've got half of our lance immobilized. Okay, they're ganging up on Bugsy. Do I eject Bugsy? We're going to order Bugsy and their crew to remain in their tank. And we're going to let them know that reinforcements are on their way. So what I need to do is we need to get ourselves here. So what we're trying to do is line up a couple of shots on the Sentinel. And we're hoping that Bugsy can take out the Dervish. Damn it, the turret's locked as well. Shit. Decadent is completely worthless at this point. We're probably going to have Decadent have the crew abandon and flee into the woods. Bugsy's crew is aiming the AC-20 at the Dervish. We've already communicated to them. The Arad and secondary Manticore are going to be taking out the Sentinel, so they just need to keep the Dervish in their sights and get a good shot off. If they can do that, we can save them. If they get out of the tank, I worry that they're just going to get stomped on by the pirate mechs. So we're just going to have them stay in the tank, fire the AC-20. If they can take out the Dervish, we've got a chance of getting out. Holy shit! We did it! So, lots of damage on Bugsy, but Bugsy survives, I think. The Bugsy's AC-20 hits the Dervish square in the center torso, obliterating the center torso, while the Manticore pair tear apart the Sentinel, hitting its ammunition, causing it to ignite in a fiery cascade of death. A literal firing cascade of death, as the safety systems in the engine fail catastrophically, resulting in a cascading engine failure. It ignites with the fury of a newborn sun, obliterating one of the BattleMech recovery vehicles, obliterating another BattleMech recovery vehicle, igniting multiple points of ammunition in Bugsy's tank. Bugsy yells into comms, "I'll see you in hell," as his tank and everything around him is immolated. The Scorpion is also just knocked on its ass. BZ Retribution says that list keeps going. It does keep going, you're right. I think we've won the scenario. I do believe we have taken out 33%. We'll wait until the... oh, here we are. Yes, we have definitely taken out 33%. Good game, good game. We control the field, though there's not much for us to control. We did unfortunately lose Bugsy's tank. We'll see what happens to Bugsy. Unfortunately, Bugsy and Redburn? Oh shit. I don't believe that is correct. I don't believe Radsburn should be dead. Oh no, it took a... Okay, no. Radburn was killed when we took a driver hit. That'll be why. Damn it. So that's 2 more off to the morgue. Just for a flea and a dervish we can't even repair. BattleMech recovery vehicles. It looks like a flatbed was the only thing that we actually secured. I suppose technically it didn't escape then. It says it's a defeat. I mean, yeah, because we failed to capture the Sticky Demonson says, aren't they the commander since you're playing with Temp Cruise? They are, yes. But yeah, so we've managed to capture a flatbed, but too much of the salvage got destroyed, so we actually get a defeat here. How is this? Dervish is... No, the center torso is gone, so this is just scrap metal. The bleed definitely is. So what we're going to do is bam, bam, bam. And we're actually going to capture the flatbed, because we need a new flatbed. So driver hit shouldn't kill him. I'm guessing it's a weird thing with how temp crews work. Temp crews aren't mine, so I don't rightly know how they work for things like that. It might be that all special hits go against the real person. You'd have to ask Psycho Monkey on the Discord, the official MegaMek Discord. I don't know how that works. Well, that is a problem. So, because we failed to secure the salvage, clearly there was something important there, because now we can only get a partial success on this contract. I am going to step away from the computer very, very briefly. I'll be right back. And I am back. Just quickly put ourselves back over to MekHQ. Okay, so we've got another scenario coming. Rescue the Downed. That is occurring in a couple of days, so let's advance to those days. Okay, Rescue the Downed. We're back into straight into another scenario. Victor contains battlefield control. Let's send in Salvage Group Baker. And here we have Flash Fried in her brand new dragon. Which I believe the dragon has a name. Not seeing what it is, but I'm fairly certain we named the dragon. So we have 4 Bird Kicker, Bambi, and Flash Fried. I just find I'm seeing chats talking about the MegaMek, and my problems with the MegaMek largely come down to it's just a lack of armor. Okay, so we need to keep Bull and Toilet alive. Jesus Christ, who gave them the call sign Toilet? We're going to come in on the road. So our goal here is to try and get to our ally as quickly as possible. Uh, 4+, I'll risk it for 4+. There's a bit of swampland here, so we want to be a little bit careful. Flash Bride, while we love her, isn't the best pilot. We don't want to push her too hard. And we also don't want to have her ruin her brand new dragon. Seeker 10,000 said he's called toilet because he made the toilet explode. Okay, we're not going to have anything in range of fire. BZ Retribution says they need to hit the sack. Good night, BZ. Don't forget the VOD will be available tomorrow evening. And we haven't said it for a while, so if you are enjoying yourself and you want to, you know, hear when we go live, please consider hitting the follow button so you can get notified when we go live. If you are particularly enjoying yourself, a subscription is always welcomed. All subscriptions and donations go directly towards getting me a new computer so that I have an easier time of developing this wonderful game. If you want to support the channel but you don't want to go through Twitch for whatever reason, there is also exclamation tip, which will take you to the PayPal so you can donate directly. Again, all donations are appreciated, but I don't want anybody to feel like they have to donate. If you want something for your buck, you can also adopt a character through bits. And that allows you to influence the XP development of a character. Slycanic says, can you get a recap of the sneak preview? They're basically new GM tools and a whole bunch of other stuff. There was a lot covered, but if you catch the VOD tomorrow evening, you will be able to catch up on all of it, because we covered a lot more than usual. And so I really can't go over it all again. But the big thing was the new GM tools. Can I activate here? No, I can't because I'm not a GM. What if I make myself the GM? Yeah. Okay, so I can show you the GM tools. So this is edit damage. This also allows you to give things like initiative and piloting modifiers. It's all very sexy. But this is the big thing. It allows you to do all sorts of things like damage the armor. It's all very good. But I can't really go into it too much because there was a lot covered. Okay, looks like we're getting communications that one of our allies is already getting overwhelmed. And I am out. Oh, I've got a little bit of Red Bull left. Well, an hour left on stream. So if you are wanting to subscribe or follow, now is the time, because if you follow, you'll get a whole bunch of emotes that you can use anywhere across Twitch. If you subscribe, there's even some exclusive subscriber emotes. I mean, we're always expanding the emotes as well, so we're kind of, you know, adding new ones as they pop up in the stream. If you haven't already and you want to kind of hang out after stream, there's also the IllianiDev Discord, which you'll find in the place where links live. Ooh, bird kicker, accidentally clicking on the wrong thing. There we go. I see the toilet, I think that is. Is that toilet up there? Yeah, toilet is just yelling, let me solo her. Okay, are we in range of anything? Certainly not medium lasers. Oh, we might be able to... We've got a 3% chance to hit that Crusader, but hey, you miss every shot and you never shoot. Everything else is going to be out of range, I suspect. Oh, the 4 has a bunch of LRMs, but nothing in targeting. Does King Miles says, does Toilet's mech have a loincloth? I like to think that Toilet's mech has like a bit of mech-sized toilet paper perpetually stuck to its foot. Okay, anything good? Anything sexy? No. Oh well. Oof. Oh, hey. Toilet managed to immobilize an enemy J. Edgar. We like kicking Jedgars. They're just perfectly kickable. They're just the right size to be punted across the field. I'm trying to decide the best way to get to our ally. I think we go up between these buildings over here. Forecast will risk that. Unfortunately, the Crusader very much is just languishing at the back here. Okay, Flash Ride succeeded. I'm hoping Flash Ride will have a chance to start shooting. She had a Victor last episode, unfortunately got blew out from underneath her, but now we've given her a brand new dragon that we stole from the Combined Forces. We haven't got much, so we're going to try and shoot out this Jedgar just to get rid of it, because we're not going to have a great chance to shoot anything else, so we might as well just go for the Jedgar. Any chance of Lerms? I don't think so. Oh no, we do have some chance of Lerms. Only on the Jedgar, but hey, a kill's a kill. We can hit the pack rat with our AC5 and potentially our LRMs, but I kind of feel like the Crusader on the hill is the better target. So we are going to shoot Ultra AC5 and the LRMs at the Crusader. We're only firing single with the Ultra AC5 just because we don't want to risk a jam at this early. Jedgar's gone. Oh no, so sad. Nothing of value was lost. A Toilet is just destroying the opposition. Ripped a Locust leg off. And I like to imagine the Toilet has just ripped the Locust leg off and just started beating the Locust to death with its own leg. However, Toilet is squaring off against... Oh, good job, Toilet. As the enemy Crusader came in to corner Toilet, Toilet came rushing up the hill and immediately behind this enemy rifleman. Flash Ride is just sweating in the heat kicked off from her dragon as she just rushes through the jungle, crushing it underfoot as she goes. But she's got the enemy in her sights. She's filled with rage after what her father is doing to her, and she just needs to express that. Unfortunately, the enemy infantry platoon came out of cover at the worst opportunity, and it's likely she's going to unload on them. The enemy Locust tried standing up, but with its absolutely obliterated leg, it just is unable. I can imagine the Locust pilots are swearing, trying to wrench at the controls on his mech, and just unable to rise. What is the TMM? 28% chance. We're going to switch to Ultra mode, fire 2 shells down the range at the Locust, as well as some LRMs. While the medium laser, we're going to turn on the infantry that broke out of cover. Unfortunately, a Crusader doesn't have any confirmed contact. We're at Bambi and a Charger. Bambi can take out some infantry, but that's... Oh, enemy Locust. That is the more valuable target. We're not going to hit, but, you know, we can try. Yeah, everything else is zeros. We would have a better chance of hitting if we went to the infantry, but we're going to try and shoot out the Locust, or just at least keep it pinned down on the ground. Anything good? Doesn't look like it, though. Toilet is just ripping into the enemy. I've been reading the oh, what have I been reading? I've been recently reading the Fox Patrol books. I finally got around to start reading them, and I absolutely adore the Fox Patrol. For my birthday, my wife says I can commission a professional I can commission someone to paint me a Fox Patrol force. I'm super excited. Unfortunately, the first artist that I was going to commission, they're just not open for commissions at the moment. Which is a shame, but that is how it just goes sometimes. Just seeing if we can get a better line of fire. Moving over here, we might be able to if we can break out through the woods. The Locust pilot is still desperately trying to rise as LRMs and lasers fall all about it in the woods. Now, he had the fair fortune of falling into some heavy woodland, so surviving better than it might otherwise. We don't have a lot of heat on the Crusader, so we're going to sling some LRMs at Ironclad the Rifleman. Going to go a little bit hot, but not too much. Just enough to feel the sweat. Toilet is also pinning Ironclad down, and I don't think Ironclad's going to last that much longer. Bird Kicker has emerged out of the jungle, firing both large lasers on his crab at the downed Locust. Riding the red line a little bit, but not enough that we need to worry. Flash Ride is right on top of the Locust, but also has a good shot on the Crusader. So she's actually going to shoot the Crusader. Firing both barrels of the Ultra AC5 that she's got. It looks like Bambi does have a direct line of fire on the Ironclad, so might as well throw some lasers down. Yeah, we'll fire. We've got the heat, so we're going to fire the LRM-20 as well. Looking for sexy red. Anything good? Not really. Oh, took out a medium laser. Oh, is that Toilet? No, that's Bambi. Bambi took out a medium laser on the Rifleman. Looks like the Rifleman generally is a bit of a bad shape, but so's Toilet. We really don't want anything to happen to Toilet. We love Toilet. Flash Ride raised her foot as the Locust pilot desperately tried to rise one more time. Her foot landed in the center torso of, sorry, the left torso of the Locust and just crumpled it in. Her foot landed, severing the Locust gyro and cracking the engine shielding. Okay, we're going to have Bambi take up a stance in the heavy woods. While I'm just going to quickly check what we need to do. We need to take out 33%. So I think if we take a little bit more, we will be done. Birdkicker has the Ironclad storming down towards it. Birdkicker is going to twist and prepare to meet the Ironclad in melee. At the same time, 4 is finally reaching the engagement, aiming the Ironclad, the rifleman, in his sights. Meanwhile, Flash Fried has now turned her gaze onto the enemy Crusader. The enemy Crusader is fresh, but oh no! The enemy Locust pilot, in a fit of desperation, hit the big red eject button as Flash Fried's foot crumpled its left torso. However, desperate, blind in fear, the Locust pilot didn't realize there was a building right behind him, and when he ejected, splat straight into the side of the building, smeared across it like an egg dropped from 6 feet. Okay, Bambi. We're gonna Bambi is going to, oh, we've got a pack rat to our left we can shoot up. Let's go take out the pack rat. If those LRMs hit, the pack rat is getting shredded. We can afford to Alpha Strike. We are a beautiful laser boat. Oh, 58% chance. There we go. That's a bit better. Again, we're running a little bit hot, but I feel like we'll just one more final push, and that's the order we're giving to our troops. Just one more final push, we enough to break them. Anything good? Another crit on the medium. Hey everybody, OBS shat the bed and kicked us out of the stream, so I do apologize. OBS just decided that it didn't have credentials to stream to my Twitch account all of a sudden for no reason. But we are back now. Good job, OBS. Clap, 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 clap. And thank you so much to Radar for letting me know. You guys haven't missed anything, I don't think. We have successfully reinforced the industrial center with Valiant Lance. We're also going to drop him. Let's go for Karate Lance. Reinforce instantly. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, both of those were really close. 4 versus 3 on both instances. Okie dokie. Let us drop in and crunch these assholes. Moderate gale. I don't want a moderate gale. I don't want a strong gale either. These are the sufferances we must endure. Like a couple of days until it comes up. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff has happened. I've got some more repairs, orders even. And it looks like it's time for us to crunch the enemy. We're in a strong gale, but we need to knock out the enemy facility. Let me just cancel out of this. I want to see what we're looking at here. They are dropping off aircraft again. They haven't got a lot, so we're only going to drop with 1 salvage group. Send in Able. Radar says, when I loaded the page after my player crash, I saw that you were no longer live. Yeah, I don't rightly know what happened there. We never actually had that happen before, but OBS is can be a bit cantankerous sometimes. Okay, got issue report taking the field. Okay, this looks quite open. Looks like we're going to have a fairly big brawl here, but at least we won't have the same issue we had last time where we can't get to turrets. So that's good. There's my water. I need to have a quick old sippy sip. There we go. Okay, so we're taking the town from the west. My thinking, we're going to come down here, down the road, and then head north, and that should give us some cover from the northern part of the town. Secretive has said Twitch completely shat the bed for me. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, it shat the bed for fucking everybody. I'm guessing, actually, if it shat the bed for you guys as well. So OBS, what happened to, how it seemed to me is OBS basically lost of my authentication. So it basically, the OBS was like, hey, you don't have permission to access this stream. And I was like, okie dokie. But what I'm guessing has happened, there must have been some kind of Twitch outage or something. Because that would explain why you guys also had it crap to bed for you. Oh wow, Secret Event says they have full screen and the UI just completely disappeared. Yeah, that sounds like it was definitely a Twitch issue then. Well, that makes me feel better, not because we had an interruption to our wonderful stream, but more that if it's just a Twitch issue, I don't need to worry about this being a regular occurrence. Oh, I forgot we have so many mechs. That's why. We have some. I have a bunch of thumpers there. Let's start deploying some lads in the north. I'm not seeing the turrets yet, which is mildly concerning. I definitely want to take out these thumpers, so I might start, I might try and get there as quickly as possible. Oof, that is a lot of TMM. We do not want to do that. Not TMM, penalties to movement. Okay, have we got eyes on the enemy turrets? Doesn't look like it. Interesting. Oh shit, they are turrets. Good. Okay, thank you, King Miles. King Miles successfully spotted there's a couple of turrets in the south of town. Yeah, no, I completely phased over those. Cool. Okay, so we now know where the turrets are. At least two of them. I kind of foresee that Odin in his fat ass is going to get hit by so much artillery this round. Hopefully they're not blazer turrets. Let's see. We got a light missile emplacement and a medium flak gun. Twin blazer turrets are nasty. Good to know. So this random infantry platoon, we're just going to walk them off the map. Radar says, I wish they had the... Sorry, Secret Event says, I wish they had the red text next to them. Yeah, I concur. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a little bit hard to spot. Yakima and Mr. Krabs up in the north. They also don't show up on the minimap, so they don't. That's a good point, well made. Yeah, Mr. Krabs coming in. Okay, now it's time for the Dakar. Blocked by Linus by terrain. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're going to get any beautiful, beautiful Dakar this turn. They do, but only once they're spotted. Oh, okay, good to know, Radar. Thank you. We've got that direct fire artillery coming in from the Thumper. Unfortunately, the Thumper's outside of our sensor range, so we can't return fire. Yeah, no return fire for us. Oh, we do have some fire from Trip Hazard, though. It's probably not going to be much, but we'll take whatever we can get. I wouldn't mind securing the Thumpers, honestly. Because if we can capture those Thumpers, that'd be very, very nice. Radar says a large laser and LRM5 has a chance to hit the ammo. That is correct, duty. So I'll be happy with mobilization. Cool. Everybody misses, including the Thumper. We don't want Yakima to punch the building. I'm wondering if the two Thumpers are their only defenses. Oh, no, here come the aircraft. The comedic timing of that. No, go away, aircraft. Go away. Nobody wants you here, traitor, or you, Thunderbird. What's traitor got? Large laser. No bombs from you. Oh, we got high explosive bombs and infernos. Prototype rockets. Glorious. Traitor has a guilty conscience. No, you know what Traitor is? Traitor, like, diddled somebody else's wife. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any turrets in the north. So Faceplant is going to head down south to join up the assault on the other turrets. Seeker 10 Pounds says Q Flight to the Valkyries. Yes, but like a kazoo version. Or like the recorder version of My Heart Will Go On. So we're going to start advancing towards these turrets. Don't want Mr. Krabs to get too close to the enemy aircraft, but we can certainly blat them a little bit with our Gauss rifle on their way past. What do I want to do with Munin? I mean, Munin can jump, so I guess we will jump and reposition ourselves in these heavy woods. So we're kind of swinging down here in the south to try and get a better line of fire on the turrets, whilst the Maxims move in to start storming the turrets with infantry. That's the aim, at least. Seeker 10,000 said it'd be funny if you could jump onto the aircraft. Actually, funnily enough, that was exactly passing through my mind as I maneuvered. Okay. Let's unload. There we go. That should have both our infantry platoons in position. Weissman said they punched some VTOLs last weekend. It always feels so good when you can punch a VTOL. Like, it just feels so satisfying. I do appreciate how Doolittle is the call sign of the infantry platoon. We're literally just having walk off the board. Okay, no off-board attacks. Okay, Yakima is going to shoot at the aircraft, but unfortunately just doesn't have... Target's not in arc. You can turn around. There we go. Doesn't have a good shot, sadly. Can base plant get any fire on it? No, they cannot. Man, this... What are we even shooting? Because it's got... What aircraft is this? Because it is flying off. We can't get any firing on whatever aircraft this is. Looks to be traitor. Yeah, 3%. We'll take it if we can. It looks like that single PPC looks like all we're gonna get. King Mouse says it's because the closest point of the flight path is behind you. Right, okay. Man, 0%. Fucking hell. Like, I feel like these aircraft are just flying overhead, just spelling out the word "fuck you" in their contrails. Yeah, no, you're right. That's why we can't hit them with anything. God damn it. Aircraft! Even when we do have them in the line of fire, we have like no chance to hit. Oh, and for the units that can get an angle, they have to deal with the fighter evading and to apply a +3 to hit. Yeah, it's a clusterfuck. It's a clusterfuck that we don't win, and Okay, let's see what chaos occurs. Not too bad. Just seeing if there's anything else we want to do. I think this is good. King Mile says, I think also since it's evading, it means it can't attack, but not positive for that. I know for melee units, if you're evading, you can't attack. Seeker 10,000 says, as I said, 100 plus units shot at an aircraft and didn't kill it after it crashed. Yeah, it looks like they're coming in for a second flyover. Raider says they've seen cannon aircraft built like bricks. Yeah, I have as well. Which is one of the things that makes like dealing with aerospace somewhat frustrating, is they're not like they're glass cannons or anything. They're really fucking hard to get rid of. Deacon Van says, I think in bigger games they're less of a problem when they're not one-to-one with your units. Yeah, I can see that. Look at this Centurion aiming for Doolittle. Doolittle's just going to walk off with his middle finger up in the air. Gonna bugger off you. What is the CV on this building here? 90. Oh. Well, we can send out the Maxim to start harassing these thumpers, I guess. There we go. I've just noticed my infantry have already been smashed to pieces before they've even boarded the turret, because the turret shot them to crap. My kingdom for battle armor. Okay, what am I doing? Skip. Rena says I was literally only able to bring down certain aerospace assets because I fired long toms at them. Oh, that's funny. We bought so much heavy metal to this and we can't shoot anything because it's all fucking aerospace. Surely you can shoot something. Nope. Okay, let's start dackering this building, I guess. There we go. Can we shoot anything else? Hey, we can finally get some Daka down on this thumper. Go on, fuck off, you. Oh, God damn it. Mouse, do what you're meant to do. There we go. Did we get anything good? No. I do think one issue I have is how turrets can shoot in the same hex the turret's on. So until you can, because it takes 2 turns to be able to get into position to do a infantry assault. During those 2 turns, you're basically getting shot the shit out by the turrets that you're trying to assault with. Says foot platoons are not great for attacking turrets. Yeah, I was told to bring infantry, and I am learning that these were perhaps not the best infantry to do it with. Also, I'm wondering why I don't have the option to attack. Better off with VTOLs and jump infantry. Yeah, I am rapidly learning this. I think at this point I don't have enough infantry to do this assault. And we haven't scratched the enemy at all. Excuse me. The good news is, it looks like they just have an artillery lance is their only actual lance. So I think if we start focusing down the thumpers, we can just kind of just get rid of them. I'm just going to try and rout the base defenders. I am learning that maybe our fat lads probably weren't the best call when it came to assaulting this base, just because they're not able to maneuver into a position where they can actually deal damage. So right now, really, the only things that can get into a position to actually inflict harm upon the enemy are the Maxims, which is not an ideal situation, to say the least. We're going to abandon our assault because both infantry platoons are basically dead already, and they haven't even begun their assault. Now, this building actually is quite light as well. I think it's only like 30 CF. So we might be able to just blow the building to shit. Yeah, it's only a light building. So yeah, we're just going to try and slaughter this artillery lance and then drive the aircraft off. Oh, I just realized I accidentally moved Yakima right into the direct line of fire. Not ideal. Not ideal. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure nothing will come from this. Piggy 10,000 says she should try setting the buildings on fire. You're right, I should. Do you know what I would like to set fire to? This fucking aircraft. Go on, piss off. Fucking flyboys. Always coming over here and ruining a good ground war. Hey, Carly on Thought 1, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, let's set this motherfucker on fire. Just turn you. Daka. Yeah, burn, you bastard. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped Mr. Krabs. I should have shot the Centurion. Oh well. I really wish sometimes. I do wish a lot of the time that there was like an undo button. Ah, oh, damn it, the fucking bumpers moved. God damn it. Electric Bibliophile, welcome to the chat, said fuel air long toms are great for killing buildings, bombs too, but there's always at least one flak turret. Yeah, I tried to spec into infantry because I understood that was the way to take out the turrets, and I am learning that is in fact not the way to take out the turrets. So we are learning. We are learning. This will be the last scenario of the evening, however, because it is already 5 to 11 local. I know we can set fire to the building, but I am just gonna blow it up instead. It's only got 30 CF, so we should just be able to bring it down. Oh, that is too much heat, too much heat. Back up, back up. We can at least fire the machine guns. Pew-de-poo. And as I mentioned earlier, you have to say the pew noises, it helps you hit more often. Surely you can shoot the plane. Maybe not with your machine gun, but LRMs? No. Well then. Oh, are we getting our... I think we might be about to have our infinite loop. Oh, no, it's still what? I am good. I must have just clicked the wrong thing. Interesting. It's not letting me skip. Oh, it's the AI. Let's just boot the AI and we'll invite them back. I think I've run so many scenarios in a row. The game's starting to clag. No, I didn't. Come back, come back. Starting to chug a little bit. There we go. Hooray! Okay, Munin, let's take out this bloody turret. Now this turret I know has a lot of CF, so we are going to try and set it on fire. Burn, baby, burn. Let my fire. I never once thought about having a career as a singer, and it's probably a good thing, because I think I'd have been incredibly disappointed if I had. There we go. Maybe we can try finally bring down one of these bloody flyboys. Okay, looks like we got a decent hit on one of the flyboys. Took out their large laser, which I think is probably the main armament of the Thunderbird. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a high explosive bomb on Yakima. Oh no, one of our infantry platoons got obliterated. Oh shit, both of our infantry platoons got obliterated. That sucks. Yeah, I think aircraft would be a lot less obnoxious if they weren't so tanky. Like, the aircraft are tankier than some mechs. Oof, Yakima's sitting at 19 heat. We need to cool that motherfucker down. Oh, we set fire to both buildings. Yeah! Yeah! Flames! Flames and fire. Ha 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 ha. So now we just sit back and wait for the crits to roll in. While also simultaneously chasing down his bloody bumpers. Also, I realize it's 11 o'clock local. I should probably keep my voice down. Probably shouldn't be shouting flames, flames at the top of my voice. I'm sure my wife will inform me of that later. I feel like this scenario can be best summed up by the Benny Hill music. So it's just us chasing around some fucking thumpers while we're getting peppered by the aircraft. Necrobop says, I feel like the aircraft tend to die to random crits / lack of loss of control versus structure damage. Yeah. Ook says fire bad. No, fire good. Burn those buildings down. Here's the thing though, like with their defenses being some flyboys and thumpers, this is just not so much a battle of wits, so much as it is just us chasing around thumpers, waiting to kill them. Hey, Niven Tulu, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I am definitely going to crash hard after I finish streaming today. I'm going to grab myself something to eat and then I'm going to just hit the hay. Oh, they just have an entire lance of thumpers. Interesting. Yakima is in a bad spot because Yakima doesn't have enough movement to move, but at the same time is literally standing in fire. That's not ideal. Luckily, Yakima is in an energy boat, so we don't need to worry about any ammunition exploding, but we could shut down. Okay, checking if there's anything else we want to do. Not really. Can we shoot any of the thumpers? No, we can't. Ook says, what mission type? This is just a normal base attack. A normal base attack, but we just got some really weird rolls and ended up with thumper artillery and just aircraft, and this is awful. Seeker 10,000 says, can fire cause a stack bolt? No, it cannot, thankfully. Unless it ignites the ammunition, then yes, it can. Oh god, that's too much over, too much over. Meatloaf in the Battlemaster is running very, very hot. So I kind of feel like we've ambushed an artillery base, is what we've done. Ook says, because I had a yesterday battle on the nightly where the Op4 looks suspiciously similar. When all artillery, including artillery, can't off, that is entirely possible under normal, like, generation. It's just not impossible. Let me Alpha Strike. Thank you. Faceplant just literally shooting all the missiles everywhere. Secret Ambassador says not a whole lot of cannon artillery units. Yeah, that's what we have to be very careful when we have artillery as a scenario option, because it just tends to be the same artillery units every time. I do like the Maxim though. I've come to appreciate the Maxim. It's doing good stuff. Radar says Ballista, Thumper Vehicle, Arrow 4 Carrier, Mob 5 are the only artillery they can think of. Yeah, there's not a lot. There really isn't. I think at this point we'll probably play this turn out and then call it, because the enemy has nothing. We have routed their base, the turrets are on fire, and what are the thumpers going to do against us? If I can actually hit some of these flyboys, that'd be great. But the flyboys can't stop us from just trashing the base, which is the main thing. So yeah, I think at this point we're probably going to call it after this turn. Let me see, anything good? A whole lot of missing. Okay, and we are going to call it at the end phase. Because I feel like this is basically it at this point. I do think one thing I'm going to do in future campaigns is not grow so big, because I definitely prefer the smaller lance-on-lance engagements. But yeah, so we are drawing the episode to a close as the final moments crunch through the MegaMek scenario, potentially crashing in the process. Oh dear. There we go, it caught up. We definitely need to look at something is very much chugging in the background regarding a pre-calculation or something. I need to investigate that. But with the conclusion of this scenario, we'll go through the scenario resolution process, but then we are going to end this scenario for today. Come on, save units. Thank you. If you have been enjoying today's episode, we are bringing it to a close. But if you have been enjoying today's episode, please consider hitting a follow if you haven't already. Also consider joining the IllianiDev Discord so you can hang out after stream. If you have especially enjoyed what I've done today, or for any of the other streams like the dev streams, please, there's the subscription is an option there if you wish to do it. If you want to support the channel in a way that give me a second. Yes, that was correct. If you want to support the channel, there's the option to subscribe. There's also direct donations if you wish. But as always, these things aren't required. Only do it if you want to. If you're on YouTube, please consider hitting subscribe and hitting the bell. Maybe joining us over on Twitch so you can get involved. I do have an outstanding, what's the word? Forfeit, where I need to eat a super spicy chip. My wife will acquire the super spicy chip and I will eat it. And then you can all be humored and by suffering, because I really don't like spicy food. But it is Monday the 28th of August, 3048, and yeah, we are going to end it here. So thank you all for the amazing evening. Thank you all for all the follows. I really appreciate it. I think this has probably been the busiest episode we've ever had, so I'm really happy. Again, we do stream Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. During the daytime, those are live development streams. And then every Friday, it is the Adventures of the Scrotorious Basterds. But if you can probably tell from my voice, I'm getting very, very tired. So we're going to end it here. Have a lovely evening. May all your hits be crits. And spend some time with your family. And if you don't like your family, well, just remember, you can make one in MekHQ. Good night, everybody.